Hey everyone, tonight we are going to journey into a realm of relentless winds, crushing cold, and the fight for survival when nature shows no mercy. You will meet Eric, a seasoned mountaineer who sets out for a routine climb, but soon finds himself isolated on a desolate peak as a fierce snowstorm descends without warning. In this story, he confronts bone-deep frost, dwindling food supplies, and the gnawing loneliness that accompanies true isolation. You will witness his ingenuity as he struggles to find shelter, ration his scant provisions, and battle fear as each moment feels like a test of his very will. His journey is not merely a physical ordeal, but an emotional crucible, exploring the fragile line between hope and despair when one is stranded far from comfort. So before we get started, please take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel so I can keep making better videos. Now enjoy a cup of hot tea and let's embark on this journey together tonight. The wind tore at his jacket in merciless gusts, whipping snow into his face like shards of glass. Eric's boots sank knee-deep into the drifts as he fought to remain upright each step, a battle against the mountain's fury. His fingers, numb and clumsy, clutched his trekking pole desperately for balance. Lightning-bright snowflakes stung his cheeks, and the world had flattened into a blinding white void. He could no longer see the ridge behind him, nor the valley below, only the indistinct swirl of snow that consumed everything in sight. He had left camp at dawn, following a trail that vanished hours ago beneath fresh drifts. Now, trapped at nearly 6,000 feet, he felt the sharp pinch of fear in his chest. His breath came in ragged gasps, each exhale freezing into tiny crystals on his beard. Movement and focus were his only allies. Thoughts of warmth or comfort were luxuries he could not afford. He forced himself to move, but each step dragged like wading through quicksand. A sudden gust nearly shoved him from his feet. Eric staggered, digging his pole deep into the snow, but collapsed onto one knee as pain shot through his ankle. Panic threatened to overtake him, but he forced himself to inhale deeply, numbing the fear. He blinked away the tears forming at the corners of his eyes and gripped the pole until his knuckles whitened. Darkness edged his vision, but he blinked again to clear it. Every heartbeat felt like a hammer pounding against fragile ice. He remembered the weather report, an unexpected front moving in from the west. He admitted to himself that he had dismissed the forecast as an exaggeration, but now the storm's ferocity proved it otherwise. He reached beneath his parka for his GPS, but his gloved fingers fumbled the tiny buttons. The screen flickered uselessly in the storm's glare, reflecting nothing but white. His compass spun aimlessly, its needle no match for magnetic interference and relentless wind. A whiteout blotted all landmarks. He could not see the jagged ridge or hear the river far below. Each breath felt like shards of ice lodging in his lungs. Survival training echoed in his mind. Find shelter, halt, heat loss, signal for help. But the mountain offered no promise of refuge, only an endless sheet of snow and a sky stripped of guarantees. He rose to his feet, wincing as his ankle protested with every movement. He tested the weight on that foot, survivable but painful. He straightened, jabbing his pole into the snow and leaning into the gale. The world groaned around him, a living beast that seemed determined to swallow him whole. His mind flicked back to camp, the crackle of the fire, the taste of hot coffee, his tent pitched snugly among pine trees. However distant now, those memories sparked a flame of motivation. He forced himself forward, one pole, then the other. The storm slammed him with white fury, but each step was a testament to his will. He felt ice forming on his eyelashes, his lashes freezing together until he couldn't blink. He tore at them painfully, prying them apart, blinking rapidly until he could clear his vision. Through the blur, a dark shape flickered a cairn passed hours ago. Relief surged in his chest. He angled toward it, leaning into the wind, as though it might push him backward. Each muscle screamed in protest, but he refused to yield. He felt fatigue in his legs, the knots of cold in his muscles. He pictured his father's calm voice, urging him to push on. That memory steadied him as he continued. His target, a rock overhang somewhere along this slope, a shallow cave that might break the wind's edge. He recalled its approximate bearing southwest toward a cluster of jagged crags. He set his jaw and continued. The ridge dropped steeply below him, an abyss hidden beneath the snow. One slip could send him over. His heart thundered, but he pressed on. Each step felt like a victory over the storm. Each inch gained a testament to his grit. At last, jagged rocks emerged through the haze. Triumph and relief wrestled fatigue into determination. He pushed past the final drift and collapsed behind a rock face. The wind's howl softened beyond the barrier. He lay there, chest heaving, as snow piled against his back, insulating him from the worst of the gale. The damp cold of rock seeped through his parka, reminding him that safety was relative. Eric peered into the narrow crevice, a low arch of stone, providing slender shelter. It would not keep him warm, but it could break the wind. He shifted, pressing his cheek against cool rock. The stench of damp stone was both bitter and oddly comforting. His fingers had lost all sensation, but he reached into his pack for a thermal blanket and a small stove. Snow gusted into the crevice, stinging his face. He sipped frozen water, then set the stove up methodically. Teeth chattering, he fumbled until his lighter sputtered to life. The tiny flame wavered before steadying. Steam rose as he boiled snow and prepared freeze-dried soup. The heat radiated into his chest, igniting a fragile hope. Outside, the storm raged on as though enraged by his persistence. Inside, Eric lay curled beneath the blanket, sipping soup and pressing a hand to his throbbing ankle. Exhaustion weighed heavily, but for a moment he allowed himself to breathe. The mountain had tested him, but he had found shelter, his first victory in this white hell. He closed his eyes against the storm's roar and listened to the pounding of snow on stone. Memories of his mother's encouragement floated through his mind, reminding him he was not alone in this fight. A fresh wave of resolve washed over him. He might be bruised and battered, but he was alive. He would use every shred of strength left to endure whatever the night would bring. Thoughts of rescue flickered like distant lanterns, but he knew dawn's light was hours away. For now, he clung to the thin warmth of that thought as the storm bore down on him. He crouched in the narrow crevice, shivering so violently that the rock beneath him rattled with each tremor. The storm had not relented. In fact, the wind had intensified, howling like a wounded beast, battering the fragile shelter he had claimed only minutes before. Snowflakes stabbed through the gap above, swirling inside the alcove and icing the edges of his parka. Every breath he took felt like swallowing shards of glass. His fingers, previously numbing from exposure, had regained a flicker of sensation, allowing him to thumb the lightweight stove's ignition switch. The tiny flame sputtered defiantly in the gale, a fragile beacon of warmth against the white void. His immediate challenge remained this makeshift refuge would not hold long against both the storm's fury and the creeping cold that gnawed at his bones. He had to find something sturdier, a more permanent haven than a shallow crevice. Hypothermia would arrive fast if he lingered here. Though the crevice had broken the wind enough for him to boil a half cup of snow and sip the lukewarm broth, it offered little protection from the accumulating drifts that threatened to bury him alive. He drained the last of his soup, pressing his hand against the barely formed fire to glean any remaining warmth. The heat was negligible, but it granted him a momentary reprieve from the chattering chaos of his teeth. He surveyed the immediate landscape, a featureless expanse of soaring drifts and jagged rock spires that jutted like broken teeth through the snow. The path he had followed hours ago was now gone, blotted out completely. The only compass he trusted was his own sense of trial and error, guided by the slightest hints of terrain he recognized from a fleeting glance before the whiteout. He rose carefully on stiff legs. His ankle still throbbed in protest, a dull pain that reminded him how acutely vulnerable he was. He held his trekking pole in one gloved hand and used his free arm to brace against the rock face. For a moment, the world stilled. The wind's roar was muffled, and he could hear only the echo of his own heartbeat. He took a slow, steadying breath and forced himself to recall how a better shelter might look: a cluster of rocks tall enough to form a semi-enclosed cave, or a stand of thick evergreens that could intercept the wind. But the mountain's elevation here offered nothing but barren stone and drifts. Still, he could not linger. Carefully, he emerged from the crevice, knowing that leaving meant sacrificing the last bit of wind protection he had. Even so, his body ached for mobility. Being confined to one position risked hypothermia's slow march. The only way forward was to move. He adjusted his backpack so the straps sat more comfortably across his shoulders and zipped his parka collar to his chin. Layers of insulated clothing had kept him alive this far, but each second spent standing still allowed the cold to seep deeper. His pole stabbed into the deep snow, and he took a tentative step. Instantly, the wind seized him, bending him nearly horizontal. He leaned into it, letting the gust propel him forward, as though the storm itself were a living thing he could ride. Each step demanded every ounce of concentration. The snow hid treacherous drops, and one misstep could send him tumbling into a hidden crevasse. Fear flickered in his gut, but he forced it aside, replacing panic with methodical calculation. He could not outrun the storm, but perhaps he could outwit it by finding terrain that offered at least some semblance of shelter. He recalled spotting a line of rocky outcrops that from a distance looked likelier to shelter wind-blown snow than a solitary crevice. If he could make it there, he might wedge himself beneath a larger overhang or find rocks piled in such a way as to form a partial wall. He oriented himself, fumbling for his compass, but the needle spun wildly, confused by magnetic anomalies. He cursed under his breath, but refused to succumb to despair. He would use landmarks instead, the slope angle, a crooked boulder he had passed the shape of a snowdrift that had hinted at something solid beneath. A sudden violent gust knocked him off balance. He wished he had tied himself to a fixed anchor, but the falling temperature had numbed his ability to think ahead. He lurched forward, hands flying to brace himself. Cold snow exploded inside his collar, creeping between layers to bite at his skin. He coughed, tasting ice. He forced his legs to move again, slow steps, careful shuffles, every muscle strained under the weight of his pack. The world was a blur of white, but the boulder he remembered a jagged dark triangle against the pure snow emerged through the haze. He recognized it by its unique angle, a sharp 45-degree slope rising from the drifts like a prow slicing through water. Relief surged, but he dared not celebrate. Getting to that boulder would be only part of the battle. He planted his pole just inches from the rock's base and slid a gloved hand across its frozen surface. The stone was solid and offered a slight windbreak on its leeward side. He crouched low, pressing himself into its shadow, feeling the wind's force lessen ever so slightly. He huddled there, wrapping his gloves against the rock to knock off the new layer of snow forming at his back. He breathed in and out, feeling his lungs inflate with cold air. His heart pounded, and sweat dampened his inner layers. He willed himself not to pass out from exhaustion. For a moment, he considered staying here. This large boulder offered more protection than the crevice, at least on one side. If he could dig a shallow trench behind it, he might trap enough earth to block the wind. Then, he could pile snow as additional insulation. He fumbled for his small folding shovel, the metal handle slick with ice. His gloves limited his dexterity, but he managed to open the shovel and begin hacking at the frozen ground. Each strike jarred his numb wrist, but dislodged hard earth and icy fragments. The wind still roared, but the difference in temperature was noticeable. The boulder took the worst of it, shielding him from direct blasts. He scraped snow and loose ice into a shallow depression, creating a miniature berm. The trench was shallow, only a few inches deep, but it offered a base to build upon. He used his heel to stomp down the mound, solidifying the snow into a windbreak. Then he turned back to the boulder, leaning his left side against its face. The cold rock bit through his jacket, but the action stopped most of the gale. He stared eastward. Beyond the boulder lay the slope he had to cross to reach the rocky outcrops higher up. The distance looked shorter through the snow's veil, but he estimated another 50 yards an eternity in this storm. He closed his eyes and lay his face against the boulder for a moment, letting the rock absorb some of his body heat. The world spun and spun, a white maelstrom that refused to let him rest. He had to keep moving. Any delay, any hesitation would give frostbite more time to claim his fingers and toes. He forced himself upright, planting his pole once more, and began the traverse. Halfway across, the wind intensified, as if sensing his flight and launching a final assault. Snow lashed at his face, forcing him to bend and shuffle like a soldier advancing under heavy fire. His shouts were lost in the storm, but he offered himself silent prayers with every step. His eyes watered, freezing, until he looked frantic, trying to clear his sight. His quads burned, his back ached with the burden of his pack, and yet he pressed on. The rocky outcrops emerged black, jagged teeth beneath the steel sky. He angled toward a narrow crevice between two massive slabs, a potential cave of sorts. But getting there required navigating a trench filled with deep, unconsolidated drifts that threatened to swallow him. He steadied himself, planting his poles wide to lower his center of gravity, then lunged forward. His boot dipped into a drift up to his mid-thigh. Panic flared, but he freed himself by kicking backward and pulling his leg out. He punched his way through this final obstacle, arms slick with sweat as he gripped icy rock. He barreled into the narrow gap and slammed his back against a flat surface, leaving half his body outside the protection of the crags. But here, the wind's howl was muted, reduced to an angry whisper. He sank to his knees, oozing relief as he rubbed his gloved hands together. The rock felt solid and massive, and he could lean all his weight into it without fear of collapsing. Higher overhead boulders formed a low ceiling, perhaps 6 feet off the ground. He brushed away snow from a shallow ledge above where twisted roots of igneous rock jutted proof of a small overhang. He crawled inside, careful not to expose too much of his body to the storm. The crevice's floor slanted slightly downhill, but it was firm. He pressed his back flat against the rock and fell into a shivering stupor. In this new sanctuary, he was closer to the peak by only a dozen yards, but the sense of safety was immeasurable. He tilted his head upward, noting that a ledge maybe 10 feet above could serve as an additional windbreak if he piled snow against it. But the energy to climb and excavate was in extremely short supply. He would have to make do. Deep down, he recognized that this spot might not hold once the storm's worst fury returned. The snowdrifts outside continued to swell, and slush began forming between the layers of compacted powder. If the weight of snow above built up, the crags could give way, sealing him inside or crushing his tiny refuge. Even without collapse, the cold rock would leach his body heat, and without a fire, he would freeze from within. He reached into his pack for a thick emergency blanket and spread it along the backrest of the crevice. With surprising fortune, the foil side faced inward, reflecting a scant amount of radiated warmth back to him. He unzipped his parka and layered the blanket between his insulated jackets, trapping any remaining body heat. Fingers numb, he used trembling hands to roll himself backward against the boulder's stone floor. Each movement was agony, but he forced himself into a fetal position, curling his knees toward his chest to conserve heat. His breath puffed white in front of his face. The roof of the crevice dipped close enough that he could feel the cold stone pressing against his forehead. He buried his face in the insulated collar of his parka and tried to calm his racing thoughts. He was alive, sheltered for now, but he could not stay unconscious or allow his body temperature to drop further. He forced himself to pull out a small bar of emergency ration, pure compacted calories designed to burn slowly. The wrapper crackled as he tore it open, and he placed the dense, chalky square in his mouth. He chewed with deliberate effort, mindful not to bite his own tongue. The food offered little flavor, but the warmth generated by his metabolic process rewarded him with a flicker of comfort. He sat there, knees drawn up, drifting between dozing and shivering. He vaguely realized that he had found a temporary haven, but also understood that the storm still ruled everything beyond these 6 stone walls. If he did not find a more permanent shelter or weather the storm until dawn, this refuge might be as close to salvation as he would get. He closed his eyes to muster strength for the next push, and though exhaustion threatened to drag him under, he forced his weary mind to stay alert, knowing each fragile breath was life. The world outside remained a battleground of white noise and howling wind, but inside his narrow alcove, Eric's focus shifted from mere survival to his most pressing concern, hunger. The emergency ration he had consumed offered a fleeting reprieve, its dense calories staving off starvation for a few precious hours. But now, cooled by the stone walls, he could no longer ignore the hollow ache in his stomach. Every swallow of breath seemed to remind him of the scarcity of sustenance. He pressed his fist against his abdomen, feeling the emptiness coil within him like a living thing urging him to act or starve. He closed his eyes for a moment, bracing for the cold truth his stores were almost gone. Eric considered the contents of his backpack, mentally reciting each item: a half-used freeze-dried meal, a small bar of chocolate, and perhaps 2 strips of energy gel. That was it. No more bags of soup, no more extras. All his careful planning had assumed a 24-hour storm at worst. But this storm raged deeper than any forecast had predicted, and now he faced the possibility of outlasting his own provisions. The realization knotted his chest. He could feel the edges of panic nipping at his rational mind, threatening to overtake his resolve. He inhaled slowly, letting his lungs fill with cold air and exhale with controlled force. He would not give in. He shifted within the cramped space to reach for his insulated bottle, tapping it to feel if any water remained. It was empty. Snow-stained ice clung to the sides, but no liquid warmth awaited him. The last of his soup water had evaporated in the initial boil. He pressed the bottle's neck to his lips, but no drop escaped. His throat tightened. Thirst, as much as hunger, was a subtle but no less deadly adversary. Yet the low temperature outside made melting snow into drinkable water a perilous task. Every time he tried, his hands tensed until he could barely operate the lighter. Any attempt to relight the stove consumed precious fuel and risked death by freezing if the flames sputtered out. He let his head drop back against the crevice wall, grimacing at the ache in his jaw from clenching his teeth. He'd eaten that emergency bar almost 2 hours ago. By now, it had passed through his stomach, offering a brief feeling of fullness, but no real satisfaction. The panic in his mind recast itself as a pricking awareness he must ration what remained with the utmost care or risk, nothing but starvation. He reached under his left hip, felt the crinkle of a foil wrapper, and pulled out the small chocolate bar. His breath caught as he stared at it, the foil glinting dully beneath the weak daylight that filtered through the narrow gap. One bar. Enough perhaps for 2 or 3 small tastes if he rationed each piece carefully. The weight of it felt heavier now than at the trailhead. He peeled open the wrapper as gingerly as if it were a fragile treasure. The bar appeared slim, barely an ounce of food, its dark chocolate sheen dusted with frost. He inhaled its scant aroma notes of cocoa, barely detectable over the icy air. He set the bar on his gloved palm, weighing it, then broke off a thin sliver and popped it into his mouth. It tasted bitter cold and hard, but as it melted, a trickle of sweetness warmed him for a heartbeat. He swallowed with effort, mindful that this was a concession every bite consumed brought him closer to needing more. The hollow ache in his belly recoiled at the warmth, sending a shiver down his spine. He set the remaining chocolate carefully inside his shirt, pressing it close to his core to keep it from freezing solid. Every few minutes, he would bring his hand back to his chest, checking the chocolate's temperature and his own resolve. The flutter of hunger punctuated each heartbeat. In the dim light, he stared at the dusty pocket where his freeze-dried meal remained one last packet. It seemed untouched, but he knew that its meal would be nothing more than watery, rehydrated mush in this cold. If he burned the last of his fuel to cook it, he might not have the means to melt more snow later. And if he did not eat it now, the freeze-dried pack might split open when he least expected it, spilling crumbs into the drifts useless. His mind rewound through his actions of the past 24 hours. He remembered force-feeding himself that first hot meal, with trembling hands tasting bits of chicken and rice that felt like luxury. He recalled the confident grin he wore as he set off that morning, thinking the worst was behind him once he reached the summit. Now the summit was a distant concept, a memory of misplaced optimism. He glanced outside, seeing the snow swirl against granite spires that offered no comfort. The mountain was indifferent to his plight. He turned his thoughts toward strategy. If tomorrow's light offered calmer weather, he could emerge and search for help. But every visible ridge was hidden in the white cloak of the storm. He might wander into deeper peril. Perhaps staying in place was wiser, but that meant burning fuel to make water and cook the freeze-dried meal. Yet even if he waited here, the possibility of starvation loomed closer. Sit and wait, and he might freeze his water canister solid. Move, and he might slip off a hidden slope. He tapped his pole against stone, his breath shallow and deliberate, working through these options like shifting gears. Meanwhile, the crevice's cold stone walls seeped chill through his padded layers, and the icy air felt like a second skin. He shivered violently, wrapping himself tighter in the emergency blanket and layered jackets. Still, the hunger gnawed, urging him to consider more drastic measures, anything small twigs he could chew for minimal nutrition, even the idea of drinking his own urine, though the thought both repelled and tempted him. Such primal instincts seethed beneath his conscious mind, reminding him that hunger was more than a physical void. It was a monster that warped thought patterns and tricked reason. He pressed his forehead to the rock, willing himself to remain rational. A faint flicker of memory glowed at the back of his mind. His mother's voice telling him how she survived as a child when supplies ran low, foraging roots and boiling moss to stave off famine. He shook his head, dismissing irrational thoughts of consuming things that could do more harm than good. He was a mountaineer, trained and disciplined. He would find a path forward without resorting to madness. Yet that hunger clawed at him an echo of a primal void dating back to ancestral struggle. He closed his eyes and imagined the taste of the freeze-dried meal, how it had tasted in that first hot moment. Was it enough to give him the strength to venture out if the storm eased? He weighed each calorie in his mind. If he burned them too quickly, his body would exhaust its reserves and shut down. If he waited, he risked energy loss in the cold. He opened his eyes. Decision made, he would hold on to his freeze-dried pack for now and make do with only the chocolate pacing himself until he could assess whether the storm would calm. He tucked the food safely against his chest, then retrieved his stove and checked the fuel canister's gauge through the frost-crusted plastic window. The gauge wavered, maybe enough for one more boil enough water to rehydrate his meal, but not enough to then remelt more condensate. He had to conserve fuel for the most vital task, staying alive long enough to let the storm pass. With trembling fingers, he closed the stove's valve, placing it gently beside his right hip. The fuel's hiss seemed deafening in his ears. That hiss was the sound of potential warmth, but also the sound of fuel depletion. He sat back, staring at the weak flicker of daylight through the crevice's opening, a reminder that his time was measured in diminishing rations as much as frozen hope. His ankle, still swollen from his earlier fall, throbbed with a rhythmic pain that matched his heart. He flexed his toes against the icy ground, feeling numbness creeping up his leg. The cold claimed everything: moisture from his breath, the last heat from his gloves, and soon, if he didn't act, the warmth within his own blood. He clenched his jaw, suppressing a groan. Hunger and cold combined into a punishing duel against his spirit. But he refused to be a spectator. He would ration his remaining food ration, his remaining warmth, until the mountain relinquished its hold on him. Time blurred. He drifted between hope and despair, tracking each heartbeat as if it were a precious commodity. He glanced at his digital watch, its face frozen in time, its batteries failing in the cold, but still flashing 1732. Even if it were accurate, the exact hour was meaningless here. He needed the sun to break through and transform this endless day into a calmer reality. Until then, his stomach rumbled with a low growl that matched the wind's howl. The chocolate bar rested against his sternum, a small promise in a bleak landscape. Minutes stretched, then hours. He tried to distract himself by focusing on breathing, counting slow inhales and exhales, noting how each exhale turned to mist before disappearing. He held the last sliver of chocolate on his tongue, allowing it to melt gradually. Flavor and warmth bloomed momentarily, only to vanish, leaving him craving more. He forced himself to swallow slowly, calibrating his body's needs against his desperate scarcity. He would eat only one more sliver, before he forced himself to wait an undetermined period. Each piece represented a decision, a step closer to readiness for movement, or a step closer to nothingness. His thoughts drifted to his daughter's smile, warm and trusting, unaware of the mountain's treachery. He pictured her tiny fingers clutching his jacket, asking him to stay safe. That innocent memory galvanized him. He would endure, he would conserve, he would not surrender to hunger. He might be physically broken, but his spirit, anchored by love, remained whole. The ache in his stomach transformed from a monster into a reminder of why he needed to survive. He flattened himself against the crevice wall, focusing on shielding his core, as if his very determination could repel the cold. He let sleep edge toward him, but every time his eyes fluttered closed, hunger yanked him back to consciousness. The spare chocolate sliver taunted him, but he closed his mouth and forced the thought away, catching every droplet of warmth his body could muster. In the hush between wind gusts, he prayed for dawn, for rescue, for anything that might break this endless cycle of cold and empty hunger. Hours later, exhaustion finally overwhelmed him, and he slipped into a fitful sleep, head resting against the rock, his last sliver of chocolate safe beneath his jacket. The storm continued to chew through the mountain's spine, unconcerned with the lone figure huddled in its maw. But in his dreams, Eric tasted again the warmth of his daughter's laugh and the sunshine on his face, fuel enough to sustain him into the unknown morning. A wavering pre-dawn glow threaded through the crack of the rocky crevice, muted by swirling snowflakes and the massive overhang above. Eric's body felt like a shattered vessel, ribs aching, limbs trembling, and fingers so numb they felt detached. He lay curled in the fetal position, snow-damp hair matted against his forehead, eyes hooded against exhaustion. The cold seeped through his layers, gnawing away at his resolve, but beneath that relentless ache, a flicker of warmth ignited in his mind, a cherished memory from a time before the mountain claimed him. He dreamed, or perhaps he remembered, his daughter's tiny hand slipping into his as they strolled through a sunlit meadow behind their home. The late afternoon light turned everything gold, the wildflowers, the grass, and her laughter. He felt the brightness of that day in his chest, where a dull fire burned against the encroaching frost. In that fleeting moment, her carefree giggle echoed louder in his mind than the storm outside. He had taught her how to pick daisies and braid them into a crown. She had crowned him King Daddy and pulled him into an affectionate hug that left a lingering sweetness longer than any meal ever could. His lips curved into the faintest of smiles as he clung to that warmth. Reality intruded, and he blinked open his eyes to see frost crystals forming along his lashes. He pressed them flat, shoving them out of sight. The world was still a white blur, but now that memory had transformed into purposeful fuel. It fed his spirit like the dwindling chocolate bar fueled his body. He forced himself to sit up enough to shift the remaining wrapper between his layers. There was no daylight yet, only a faint sliver of gray that suggested the sun had not abandoned him completely. Each breath felt like inhaling shards of ice, but he concentrated on the memory, her smiling face, the curve of her cheek, her wide, trusting eyes. That memory was a candle, no matter how feeble, and he refused to let it be snuffed out by despair. He allowed himself to drift back mentally to the evenings after work, when he and his wife would draw her into their makeshift kitchen tent, and they would all share stories over pizza and laughter. The aroma of dough rising in the oven, the feel of his wife's hand brushing a strand of hair from his daughter's face, those recollections shimmered against the storm's roar. He felt his throat tighten, a lump forming as emotion bubbled upward. Despite the agony radiating from his ankle and freezing fingers, he sensed a resurgence of purpose. He was not alone even now. That dazzling recollection provided perspective. This was not just about surviving another night. It was about returning to those moments of undiminished joy. Yet with that warmth came an ache, the cruelty of contrast. He longed for her voice to reassure him, but the only sound was a low groan as the wind snapped tree branches far below. He let his head drop against the stone and closed his eyes again, letting more memories bloom. He remembered teaching her to ride a bicycle, the first wobbly attempts, the moment he released the seat and watched her glide triumphantly, her cheeks pink with excitement. He had sprinted beside her heart, soaring with paternal pride, encouraging, "You can do it, sweetie." She had looked over her shoulder with a grin pedaling on her own for the first time. His chest warmed as he replayed the pride on his face. He roused himself to shift his position, pressing harder against the foil blanket between his layers to retain whatever heat remained. The chill of the rock threatened to nullify the warmth from his memory, but he clung to that recollection like a lifeline. He wrapped his arms around his torso, trying to insulate his core, and traced the outline of the chocolate wrapper inside his jacket with his glove. The foil felt cold, but he squeezed it, recalling that each morsel would taste of that golden light. He refused to let hunger overshadow the significance of those memories. If he could relive them in his mind, perhaps his body could hang on until the storm weakened. His mind drifted back further, his wife's comforting voice telling him that no matter how far he roamed, she would always be his anchor. He remembered nights when he would sit on the porch juggling the responsibilities of work and fatherhood, and she would lean against his shoulder, sharing quiet assurances. Her words had formed a shield against an everyday stress. Now they served as armor against the primal fear that threatened to overtake him. He exhaled slowly, filling his lungs with a final shallow, gasping breath before pressing his forehead into his folded arms and letting himself relax for a heartbeat. Even as he feared exhaustion would darken his awareness, he summoned those small joys, his daughter's infectious laugh, his wife's gentle touch, the aroma of dinner filling their home. The memory that settled most firmly was the first time his daughter had called him hero after he fixed her bicycle tire. She had clapped as he rolled her bike forward, and when he explained how to mend the tire, her eyes had beamed in wonder. It was the first time he felt that fatherhood might be his most daring adventure. He let that image anchor him now, creating a bulwark between him and the ravaging cold. He visualized her jumping into his arms when he returned her promise that she would be waiting for him, hand outstretched, ready to crown him again with daisies. Rising on an elbow, he peered through the narrow opening. The wind had calmed insignificantly, but the snow still fell in a thick veil. If he waited longer, he risked freezing inside his makeshift cocoon. He pressed a hand to his ankle and flexed it gingerly. Pain flared, but he nodded to himself. He could endanger himself by moving now. Better to remain still until the storm abated. But he also recognized that allowing himself to fall dormant would hasten frostbite. He balanced the need to wed with the urgency of survival. Drawing on the emotional warmth from his memories, he resolved to remain alert, not drifting into a deep sleep that could cost him his life. He slid out of the crevice just enough to sit cross-legged, back pressed against the frigid rock. The air had grown heavier, as if the storm were gathering momentum for another onslaught. Shivers racked his body, and he pressed both hands against his chest, as if trying to maintain even the smallest boundary of warmth around his internal core. He inhaled deeply, tracing the outlines of each memory in his mind, using them like stepping stones to distance himself from the bitter reality. As the wind gnawed at his concentration, he repeated his daughter's laugh again, feeling her joy echo inside him like a heartbeat. He glanced at the frost-crusted walls of his crevice. Tiny ice crystals glinted in the gray light, a crystalline tapestry that reminded him of snowflakes forming on the glass of his daughter's bedroom window during last winter. That memory had been tender, about teaching her about snow's uniqueness, how no two flakes were alike, how each one was a fleeting masterpiece. He was about to draw comfort from that recollection when a feral roar of wind sent a shudder through the rock. He flinched, muscles tensing, and clutched the foil blanket around himself to block the onslaught of cold. In that fleeting moment, he allowed a tear to slip free. He brushed it away quickly, mindful that salty moisture could freeze against his cheek. The mixture of sorrow and hope surged through him. Sorrow for the agonizing present, hope for the days ahead, where he would again feel his daughter's arms around him. The duality of those emotions fortified him against the storm's assault. He lay back, recalling a warm evening when he had taken his daughter to a carnival. He conjured the lights, the sound of his daughter's delighted squeal as she rode the Ferris wheel. He pretended he could still smell cotton candy, the scent of her hair warmed by the setting sun, each detail providing a layer of armor against the cold. His body trembled to the point where he needed to reposition. He pushed himself upright on one elbow, handing his pole into a nook in the rock where it would not be swept away by the wind. His fingers fumbled as he reached for the half-empty tube of energy gel. The flame of practicality reignited in his mind. If he had one last reserve of energy, he needed to consider whether consuming it would offer the impetus to venture out once daylight improved. The gel might muddy his stomach, but if it helped him traverse to a safer location, it would be worth it. He brought the tube to his mouth, feeling its sticky texture, sweet, slightly chemical flood his tongue. He swallowed slowly, feeling the sugar wash through his body and coax a pulse of warmth into his veins. It felt like a betrayal giving in to this last strip of energy, but he recognized it as a calculated sacrifice. Yesterday, he had been confident of an uneventful trek. Now he was fighting the mountain with his bare hands. He needed every advantage. As the gel's warmth spread through his body, He sat up, fully propping his back against the stone wall, his vision blurred with both fatigue and tears. He closed his eyes, letting that final swirl of memory and surging energy coil into a ball of will inside him. Even if his hands would never regain full sensation, he still felt a spark in his spirit that refused to be extinguished. He took a slow, steadying breath and opened his eyes, blinking through the blur of snow that coated the crevice's opening. It was decision time. The storm showed no signs of abating, but he could not remain here indefinitely. Memories had warmed him, but they could not stave off frostbite or starvation forever. He needed a better refuge, a more stable structure, where he could build a fire or at least find deeper enclosure from the wind. He recalled the shape of an abandoned hunter's cabin somewhere lower on the slope, flat logs he had glimpsed half buried last summer. He had dismissed it then as unremarkable, but now it offered a sliver of hope. If he could make it there, he might find leftover firewood, perhaps a rusted stove, and maybe even a forgotten supply of canned goods. He laid a gloved hand over his heart, feeling the throb that matched his daughter's laughter in his mind. If that memory alone could power him to this point, he could take one final stand. He turned to gather his remaining gear, parka zipped tight poles reset to full length, backup rope tightened across his chest. He tested his ankle once more. Pain flared, then settled into a dull roar. It would have to withstand the trek ahead. Eric took a moment, bracing himself as if for a final plunge. He locked eyes with the widening gray light beyond the crevice, his threshold between death and hope. For a heartbeat, doubt tried to claw its way back, but the memory of his daughter's grin banished it. He inhaled deeply, focusing on that warmth, that promise of reunion. Then, with an effort that felt like summoning every cell to action, he rose to his feet inside the crevice. The wind lunged at him, but he planted his feet, firmly channeling the resolve forged by his memories. He would not die here, not while this flicker of love remained alight in his mind. He stepped forward and pushed away from the rock, every muscle coiled into determination. He gripped his poles, leaned into the chilly gale, and stepped into the frozen maw of the mountain, armed with nothing but love-held memories and a fragile, unwavering hope. The moment his boots struck fresh snow outside the crevice, his body protested with a chorus of creaks and stabs of pain. Each step was a negotiation between limb and willpower. His ankle throbbed, his legs ached, and every breath felt like inhaling frosted needles. Yet he dared not linger. The rocky alcove had been a brief refuge, but now the possibility of accumulating drifts and the weakening fire within demanded progress. The world around him had blurred into an unsettling whiteness, where drifts formed hummocks and troughs that shifted with each gust. The mountain's slope disappeared into an indistinct wash of snow, any recognizable landmark swallowed by swirling winds. Eric's poles plunged into soft powder with each tentative stride. He moved deliberately, testing the snow's density, with each step wary of a hidden crevasse or a sudden drop. The whiteout was near total. Even the gray light that had signaled dawn felt diffused and cold, as if the sun existed only in memory. He raised a gloved hand to brush ice from his frozen eyelashes. his vision cleared enough to see maybe 10 feet ahead, no more. He leaned into the gale, using it almost like a guide, letting it push him forward as he maintained balance, feet splaying slightly to prevent sliding. He focused on a single instinct: trust movement, trust progress, trust survival. Memories of the mountain's layout surfaced from mental maps he had stored months ago. The hunter's cabin lay roughly 300 yards southeast, perched on a small plateau just below a stand of stunted pines. But angles can lie when drifts accumulate, and the slope's gradient was nearly hidden. Eric calibrated each movement by feel the slope's incline changed imperceptibly, so he adjusted the tilt of his poles accordingly. If the angle shallowed, he judged he was nearing the plateau. If it steepened, he was straying too low. He tried to ignore the biting cold at his face, focusing instead on the rhythmic pattern of his footsteps: pole step, pole step. Thick flakes whipped across his line of sight, coating his face in seconds. He forced himself to keep moving, eyes flicking between occasional glimpses of rock outcroppings that emerged like dark bruises in the landscape. But each outcropping seemed identical in shape, an endless repetition of black on white. He reminded himself that if he drifted too far, he would lose any chance of descent or rescue. He couldn't rely on the compass. The glacial conditions disrupted its magnetism. His GPS's battery had nearly died in the crevice's cold. Now he navigated by instinct, honed from years in the mountains, sensed the slope's gradient, read the feel of the air, and trust his mental map over any failing device. A sudden surge of wind threatened to slam him into the snow. He pitched forward, catching himself with his poles, and pressed his body low, letting the wind break against his back and shoulders rather than pushing him over. His cheeks burned half frozen by the mixture of windburn and frostbite. He thought of his daughter's face, how her grin lit up his world, and thrust that image into his mind like a shield. He would not let this wind strip him of his resolve. He continued each step, pulling him forward at a snail's pace. His poles clicked against buried rocks just beneath the surface, brief, hard taps that reminded him rock lurked beneath the snow's deceptive softness. He avoided drifting toward any boulder cluster for fear they might be hiding crevasses. He kept to areas where the slope felt stable underfoot, pressing each pole into the snow as if testing the entire mountain's foundation. The wind roared in his ears, a constant drumming that drowned out all thoughts except the immediate need move. He began to sense a subtle shift. The incline seemed to plateau. He slowed his steps, lifting his head slightly to peer through the swirling flakes. Through the haze, he spotted a lone pine, its twisted branches heavy with snow, standing like a sentinel in the sea of white. It stood alone against the void, a marker that confirmed he was on course. Relief flared in his chest, but he forced himself to stay calm. One false step now could plunge him off balance, sending him careening down a hidden slope. He circled the pine as best as he could, given the limited visibility, and negotiated the drift that obscured its base. Beneath that protective spread of needles and snow, he pitched his body forward, planting a pole against the tree's trunk to steady himself. The bristled sapling rattled in protest, but its presence meant one thing. He was at the edge of the plateau where the cabin should be nestled. He forced his gaze downward, feeling with his poles for any change in the slope. The ground rose slightly, forming a gentle mound. He navigated the mound's crest and braced himself against a wider windbreak, a cluster of rocks half buried in ice. He pressed a gloved hand against the cold granite, then dragged his other hand along the rock's surface until he felt a subtle straight edge, the threshold of the hunter's cabin's roof. He tried to peer above, but the white curtain blotted out his view. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the memory of summer evenings around the cabin's fire pit guide him. He pictured the worn wooden roof, how each plank sat overlapped, jutting slightly outward to shed snow and rain. Now it lay buried beneath a thick blanket, invisible except for the slight ridge his gloved hand had detected. He shifted slowly, moving forward until his knee struck the snow-muffled boards of the cabin's roof. He sank a little deeper, but the roof held firm under his weight. He exhaled the breath, forming a frosty cloud in front of his face. If the cabin was intact, he could find a way inside, perhaps even build a fire, or scavenge some old canned goods that a long-ago hunter had abandoned. He used his hands to clear snow from the edge, breaking through the ice crust and revealing the warped wood. He pushed, discovering a door buried under snow. He wedged both hands around its frame and yanked, but the door wouldn't budge. A metal latch, frozen solid, held it shut. Freezing perspiration coated his brow as he worked the latch fingers, numb but driven. He pried at the rusted metal, feeling the latch grudgingly shift. A small click reverberated through his bones, echoing like a distant ratchet. He braced both boots against the roof, forcing the door to swing inward. A gust of wind followed, snaking beneath the gap and sending a bitter chill over his back. Inside, pitch darkness swallowed all light. He reached for his headlamp, tapping it against his helmet in an attempt to dislodge ice from the battery compartment. The light flickered, then glowed dimly, casting a thin beam of weak yellow light that reached only a few feet ahead. He shuddered as he stepped inside, lowering his head to avoid bumping it on the sagging lintel. The interior was cramped. Only a small vestibule separated the door from the main cabin room. He pushed through, bracing himself for sudden darkness. His boots set down on a floor strewn with a fine layer of white powder, frozen dust from snow that had infiltrated many storms ago. The slanted roof overhead leaked tiny drips that hit the wooden floorboards with hollow taps. He let the door swing closed behind him, relishing the sudden silence. The wind's howl outside turned to a faint murmur. The cabin's air was frigid, but it lacked the savage force of the open mountain. It smelled of old pine, damp earth, and something like faint smoke, perhaps the remnant of a hunter's fire. He clicked the headlamp higher, the beam carving an oval of light that revealed a small stove in one corner. He blinked at it in disbelief. A cast-iron box, its door cracked open, soot still clinging to its edges. Nearby, half buried under a shelf's dust, lay a stack of split logs, weathered but wood nonetheless. In another corner, he saw a battered metal shelf containing the rust-red corpses of old canned goods. The label on one tin read, "Vegetables letters nearly eaten away by time." Another, dense, deep, and occluded by dust, hinted at beans, but gave nothing definitive away. A small table held a broken tin cup and a rusted spoon. For the first time in nearly a day, Eric felt something warmer than desperation hope. Slowly he removed his pack, brushing off the worst of the snow. He set it against the far wall, careful not to let moisture seep through the fabric onto the wooden floor. His gloves peeled off with difficulty, and he tucked them inside his coat to dry next to his heart. He used the headlamp's light to survey the stove. Further, its fuel box crunched beneath his boot when he nudged it, but no fuel remained in the chamber. He opened the stove's tiny ash door and scraped out a handful of old ash and charred bits of wood. He tested the woodpile next to the stove. Most logs were damp, some blackened by rot, but a closer look revealed a few pieces that, though stiff and coated in ice, might burn well enough if dried. He pried one free and tapped it against his thigh until chunks of ice flaked off. Holding it near his body heat for a moment, he felt its surface begin to warm. Next, he turned to the shelf of canned goods. Using his pole to clear dust, he recovered 3 tins. One looked intact. The others were dented and rusted around several seams, but their contents might remain viable. He shook each tin, listening for the slosh of liquid inside. The first 2 were silent, suggesting spoilage. Perhaps the contents had frozen and expanded, rupturing the can. But the third tin sloshed in response to his tilt. He set it aside carefully. Even if the food inside was unpalatable, it could offer hydration from the liquid. He slipped it into his jacket's inner pocket, allowing the heat of his body to prevent further freezing. With trembling hands, he stacked the driest pieces of wood into the stove's chamber, forming a small teepee. He opened his stove bag and removed his last lighter, counting its clicks as he flicked the wheel. The first spark sputtered and died. He clicked again. A weak flame erupted, flickering until he cupped his hand around it to shelter it from the cabin's draft. He coaxed the flame toward the kindling, and wisps of smoke curled upward as the wood caught. A gentle crackle followed, growing stronger as flames engulfed the lower tiers. He stoked the fire gently, adding tiny slivers of wood until the heat radiated along the cabin's floor. The dim cabin glowed orange in that moment, like a sanctuary born from his stubborn determination. He let out a ragged breath as heat seeped into his frozen core. He slipped out of his layers until only his base layers remained as the stove's warmth threatened to overheat him. He took the last sliver of his chocolate bar and placed it beside a stone near the fire, allowing it to soften. When warmed, it tasted richer than it had in the crevice, an almost oppressive sweetness that made his tears sting. Each bite felt like sacrilege and salvation, at once sacrilege, because it was the final remnant of his rationed salvation, because it renewed his strength. He let its warmth seep into his stomach, a pool of fire thawing him from within. The stove's flames licked at the chimney overhead, sending fresh plumes of smoke into the roof's tiny vent. He realized that if he was to stay here, he must keep the fire alive through the storm. He gathered more wood from the pile and sorted through each piece, discarding soggier logs and selecting those with the driest grain. They hissed briefly as dampness evaporated, but they burned brighter once they caught. He fetched more logs, stacking them beside the stove in a neat pile for ease of access. As the cabin's interior warmed, Eric felt something shift inside him, a turning point where panic receded and purposeful action took hold. He knelt to the ground, wiping melted snow from his face with a corner of his shirt. The wind's howl still lashed at the cabin walls, but now it was muffled by wood and stone. He looked down at the sloshing tin can in his pocket, realizing that this could be the difference between life and death. He grabbed the can opener from the table. It was rusted, but still intact, and used his knife to scrape away the thick frozen rust. He wedged the opener's blade beneath the lid and bent down, twisting until he heard a pop. A smell of brine and vegetables, indistinct and slightly putrid, wafted upward. He set the can closer to the stove, letting the heat warm and perhaps sterilize the contents. The fire crackled, and for the first time in what felt like centuries, Eric allowed himself to close his eyes and listen to something other than the roar of a storm. He heard the wood's last sizzle, the tin's faint hiss as it jostled against wood, and then the steadier rhythm of his own breathing. He straightened and stared into the flames, feeling gratitude and lingering tension battling inside him. He had gained shelter, found fuel, and uncovered sustenance all in one desperate move. Yet he knew this was not the end. The storm would continue, and he needed more supplies if he was to survive until rescue arrived, or he could make a descent. A flicker of guilt and sorrow washed over him at the thought of the abandoned canned goods. He had wanted to rely on his own skills alone, but the mountain's severity forced him to accept this gift. Still, he recognized that he must ration the food. One tin could feed him for a day if he used it sparingly. He would need to combine it with melting snow for hydration, preserving each calorie for a longer battle. He knelt beside the stove's hearth and examined the woodpile enough to keep the fire alive for another 12 hours, maybe more, if he only added small pieces at a time. He took note, marking them mentally. Before night fell, he considered making signals, writing "help" in large letters on the roof, arranging logs or rocks in a pattern visible if aircraft flew overhead. But the present priority was warmth and food. With renewed purpose, he removed his gloves again and used his headlamp's beam to locate hidden corners of the cabin. Beneath a rotted floorboard, there might be small supplies left behind. He pried the loose plank free, only to find shards of broken glass and rubble. No provisions. He scanned the walls for any inscriptions or notes. A handful of dates scribbled in pencil marked previous hunters' visits, but no other clues. It felt as though these mountains claimed everyone in turn, leaving behind only faint echoes of their presence. He sank onto a makeshift stool, a carving stump lying near the stove. Every fiber of his being screamed for sleep, but he forced his eyes open. He needed to plan. Would he attempt descent? If the storm cleared, could he hold out until rescue? He balanced these thoughts, recognizing the uncertainty. Even in this moment of relative safety, the mountain's capricious power pulsed just beyond the cabin's walls. He took a deep breath of the wood-scented air, letting the warmth climb from his toes to his heart. He paused, looking through the frosted window pane at the swirling flakes. The storm was a living canvas, each snowflake a unique pattern dancing before his eyes. He thought of teaching his daughter that lesson, recalling how she had marveled at the frozen designs on her bedroom window last winter. Now he was that child, gazing at patterns he could barely see, but feeling their artistry in his soul. A fragile spark of optimism flickered within him. If he could survive this night, he could teach her more about wonder, not fear. He would tell her how each flake had guided him to this shelter, how the mountain's harsh beauty had driven him to the brink, but had also led him to salvation. He exhaled and stood moving toward the stove to tend the flames. He fed a slender piece of wood into the fire, listening as the log groaned and caught. He knelt, then grabbing the tin can and tipping its contents into the pot. He watched as the stew warmed, the liquid bubbling gently. The steam rose, swirling into invisible patterns against the chimney opening. It smelled of salt and something vaguely familiar, like memories of a stew his wife once made on a camping trip. His mouth watered in response, and his stomach growled. He ladled a small spoonful into his mouth, feeling the warmth flood his body. The flavor was bland, but the warmth was heavenly, each spoonful a reminder that the world still held kindness even on a desolate mountain. He ate slowly, savoring each bite, conscious that this was a ration for survival, not indulgence. He would stop after a cup and save the rest for later. But in this moment, the act of eating felt almost sanctified, a communion with life itself. The storm outside remained relentless, but inside the cabin, Eric felt a modicum of control return. He would survive tonight. Then come morning, he would decide whether to descend or wait. He knelt by the stove, knees cold, but heart warmed by meaning. Each flicker of flame seemed a promise that tomorrow could come, that he would again hear his daughter's laugh. And with that whispered hope, he prepared himself for a night in this humble cabin where a man's instincts, memory, and faith converged in the firelight, guiding him through the white darkness of survival. Eric pressed a fingertip against the broken glass of his compass, feeling a jagged shard dig into his glove. He had stowed the compass in an outer pocket, intending to use it as he made his final approach to the hunter's cabin. Yet, in a moment of haste, he had stumbled over a hidden root and fallen forward, his knee smashing into the snow. The impact flung the compass from his pocket, and he had watched in horror as it spun across the icy surface, sliding until it struck a protruding rock. He reached for it immediately, but by then, a fine crack had webbed across the glass, fracturing the faceplate and sending the needle into a dizzying spin. Now, the instrument that had once been his most trusted indicator of direction lay in his hand, reduced to useless shards and a needle that trembled like a wounded bird. He let out a frustrated breath that crystallized in front of his face. His heartbeat thundered as he stared at the doomed compass, its faceplate spiderwebbed with fractures. He turned it this way and that, trying to coax a semblance of accuracy from it, but the needle's erratic movement betrayed its broken state. He pressed the compass tightly into his palm, willing it to function, but deep down, he knew it was over. No magnetism remained, only a tiny wound that had rendered it helpless. A cold drop of despair slithered down his spine as the realization settled from here on he would have no reliable sense of direction. In this whiteout, that knowledge felt like a death sentence. He crushed the broken compass into the snow, burying it beneath his boot to avoid cutting himself on the splintered glass. The wind had dragged stiff drifts across this slope, hiding any faint paths or footprints that might guide him. With the compass dead, his only option was to rely on the scant memory of the terrain he had stored from previous climbs. But memory was no map, and in a world of unending white, his sense of bearings could betray him at any moment. He recalled the ridge's contours, the angle of the slope, the relative position of rock outcroppings, but in this storm every familiar shape blurred into another. He clenched his pole's knuckles whitening and took a precarious step forward, bracing himself against the gale. The wind bit at his cheeks, freezing moisture there in a thin crust of ice. He dared not falter. Each moment spent stationary allowed the storm's cold to seep deeper into his bones. Pushing aside the frustration, he forced his mind to focus on the plan, identify 3 reference points from memory, and travel between them in a straight line, trusting instincts over instruments. He pictured the broken compass as a symbol of his vulnerability, but also recognized that his survival now depended on inner confidence rather than external tools. He steadied himself, planting both poles in the snow and leaning into the wind, feeling the blast guide him down the mountain's gradient. He thought of the cluster of rocks he had passed earlier, the pine sentinel surrounded by ice-laden branches, and the deep drift that marked the hunter's cabin's roof. Those were his reference points, but without the compass, he had to gauge his angles by feel. He scanned the horizon, though the horizon was indistinct, and identified a dark spire of rock jutting like a jagged tooth through the blizzard. He knew from memory that this rock lay just northeast of the cabin by about 50 yards. He used it as a makeshift signpost, then began to descend carefully, following the slope's gradient. Each footfall was a gamble over hidden crevasses. He tested each step with his poles, tapping the snow to sense hollow echoes that hinted at voids beneath the surface. More than once, his poles plunged sharply into an unseen gap, causing his heart to spasm. He lived for those small moments of clarity when the snow felt solid underfoot. Yet even that reassurance was fleeting, for the fundamentals of the mountain had shifted under the storm's relentless accumulation. He thought of his father's words, "Never trust the mountain more than you trust your instincts." He repeated those words over and over, letting their cadence guide his descent. 20 paces from the rock spire, he veered to the east, recalling that the hunter's cabin lay due southeast. The wind drove him off course, but he fought to maintain a straight bearing. He forced his steps to align with his memory of the slope's gradient, an angle he had memorized by standing on this very ground months ago. The snow slapped at him, but the thought of the cabin's faint glow of warmth beckoned him onward. Each step required a focused determination, his muscles burning from the effort. Then came the moment he dreaded. He realized he was drifting. The spire of rock that had guided him now seemed off to one side, swallowed by a swirl of snow. Panic clawed at him as he recognized that his sense of direction had faltered. Without the compass's needle to ground him, the swirling white had undone his mental map. He froze, gripping his poles to anchor himself, and tried to recall differentiating features the slope had steepened at the last cluster of rocks, but now he felt an unexpected shallowness beneath his boots. He leaned forward, testing the slope with his pole tip, and concluded he had veered slightly south, too far south. The cabin lay east of his current position. He forced himself to step back toward the steep incline, recalibrating based on the slope's gradient. Each shove of his pole into the snow felt like a lifeline, as if the mountain itself provided a vector. He fought the rising tide of panic and swallowed a mouthful of icy air. He recalled the pine sentinel's position relative to the cabin if he maintained the rock spire along his left side, and the pine behind him he could set a more accurate course eastward. But the pine's faint silhouette had vanished into the gale. He could not even trust his senses of up or down when the howling wind stole all landmarks. He slowed, bending close to the snow to test for variations in compaction. Every difference was a clue. A harder patch might denote a hidden rock beneath, or a shallow shading might signal a depression. Each clue sharpened his awareness in a world where external orientation was shattered. He recalled backcountry navigation classes. In a whiteout, you triangulated using multiple small features and your memory. Now he tried to imagine a mental triangle, with the rock spire, the pine, and the cabin forming its corners. He could not afford to be literal. Each marker was more ghost than substance in this storm, but the exercise kept his mind focused. A violent gust knocked him off balance and he fell forward, bashing his knee into the snow. He grunted pain blossoming behind his kneecap, but he forced himself upright. The compass in his jacket pocket felt like dead weight, a relic from a world where tools functioned as intended. He shook his head and exhaled through clenched teeth, forcing away doubt. Survival demanded he proceed. He reminded himself man over mountain, not mountain over man. He gripped his poles and placed his feet with resolute caution, forcing his mental map back into alignment. The slope tilted eastward. He felt it in his joints and bones. He would trust that. For another minute, maybe two, he moved slowly, testing every movement. Then the wind abruptly shifted, as if the mountain had changed its mind. Snow battered him from a different angle, and he stumbled, yanked off course. Fear threatened to break him. He gagged down the panic rising in his throat and forced his mind to slow focusing on breath. One inhale, one exhale, center, center, center. He planted his poles firmly bending low and mentally centered himself. Then he rose, stepping toward what he believed to be the eastern gradient. A break in the blizzard ahead revealed a shadow darker than the swirling white, a low ridge of rotted wood segments, barely distinguishable from drifts, but unmistakably linear. His heart stuttered. The hunter's cabin roof lay just beyond, nearly obscured by 4 feet of accumulations. He recognized the pattern of logs overlapping timbers, each layer resting on the one below a classic A-frame design. Relief hammered through him, but he kept his feet moving, refusing to celebrate prematurely. 50 yards away, the wind's vehemence intensified, as though the mountain objected to his approach. His boots slid, forcing him to spin his poles into the snow for stability. Each labored inhale drew in ice-laden air that nicked his throat. But if he could reach the roof's edge, he only needed to clear a small path to the door, which he had found to be slightly ajar. Once inside, the storm's power would diminish, and his survival odds would rise. He doubled his efforts, stepping with all the will he could muster. Then his boot plunged waist-high into a hollow. He cried out both from shock and the sudden hammering pain in his left knee. Instinctively, he flailed his poles, digging them into the snow to prevent a deeper fall. When he pulled his leg free, his boot was coated in icy sludge. He stared at the void beneath the drift. It telegraphed hidden danger. His heart slammed. For a moment, he considered retreating, but that choice meant another wandering of directionless steps and potential diving into deeper chasms. He edged forward, keeping weight on his poles. Each step was now more cautious, sounding the snow with deliberate taps before pressing his full weight down. After 10 excruciating paces, he felt the slope angle change slightly again. He glanced upward through the drifting snow and saw a faint line of dark where the cabin's roof and the sky met. Confirmation. He spun in that direction and moved faster, as if any second could collapse his tenuous bearings into nothingness. Another gust nearly knocked him prone, but he planted his pole's wide feet locked into the ground. He reached the cabin roof's edge and froze, sweat mingling with tears that had long since begun to freeze on his cheek. He peered down at the door, a wedge of darkness begging for entry. Yet, as he looked upward at the roof's ridge, he realized the storm's shifting patterns might change yet again, offsetting his mental map. He closed his eyes, let the cold press into his bones, and forced himself to center once more. He focused on the ridge's silhouette, then turned back to the door, gauging the final stretch with unwavering determination. He threw both poles over his right shoulder and used his left hand to center his balance. Then he kicked the snow around the door until he could thrust one boot onto the frame. He gripped the doorknob, expecting it to be frozen shut, but the latch swung wide as if welcoming him. He slipped inside and let the door swing closed behind him with a thud that felt like the closing of a chapter. He exhaled, letting his breath be still within the cabin. The storm hammered at the logs outside, but he was safe for now. He sank onto the nearest bench, pressing his back against the rough-hewn wood, and gazed at the pile of logs stacked in the corner. The torch of hope that had flickered at the cabin earlier now glowed brighter. The broken compass sat useless in his pocket, like an artifact from another life. The lesson was etched stark. Sometimes a man must trust memory over instruments, instincts over readings. He unburdened himself of the shattered compass and left it on the dusty table, a memorial to uncertainty and a reminder of his triumph over disorientation. His breath slowed as the cabin's warmth seeped into his body. His chest rose and fell more evenly, his limbs less tremulous. He rubbed his numb fingers together, willing circulation. Each pulse felt stronger, now fueled by the knowledge that he had navigated without his compass in a world where direction itself was a phantom. The fire's crackle offered reassurance. its dancing light a promise that tools could break, but inner resolve could not if one nurtured it carefully. He faced the rusted stove, tightened the logs he had prepped earlier, and let the crackling flames fill the cabin. Outside, the storm roared indifferent to his struggle. Inside, however, Eric recognized something fundamental. A broken compass could only mislead him if he allowed it to blind his own senses. In the absence of the needle's guidance, he had learned to read slope snow and memory as guides. He knelt before the fire, warming his hands, looking down at the battered compass. He neither mourned its loss nor cursed its failure. He simply acknowledged that it had served its purpose until the moment it could not. He closed his eyes and let the heat from the flames and the knowledge of direction reclaimed feed into his bones. Youthful confidence had been shattered when the compass broke, but that break ignited a deeper understanding that sometimes instruments fail and a person is left with nothing but themselves. His gaze fell to the stashed tin can, the remaining meal simmering on the stove. The compass was gone, but his will remained intact. He would survive this storm driven not by needle or magnet, but by faith in his own memory instincts and the love that spurred his every step. The warmth from the stove had seeped into Eric's bones, but as he stretched out on the worn wooden bench, he could feel the frigid reality press against the edge of his consciousness. The cabin's shelter offered a brief reprieve from the storm's brutality, but momentary comfort did little to erase the long hours he had spent exposed to wind and cold. Shivering beneath a second layer of emergency blankets, he stared vacantly into the flickering flames, as though willing them to banish the doubts that crept into his mind. Every gust that rattled the cabin's roof sent a tremor through him. He cowered against the noise, at first closing his eyes and imagining it was merely the wind beyond the door. But each impact felt like a warning. The mountain remained an ever-present force, indifferent to his fragile attempts at survival. In the silence between roars, his thoughts drifted to the hollow ache in his gut, now dulled only by the thin stew he had eaten. His body churned with uncertainty. He wondered whether his energy reserves were sufficient for the night to come, whether the remaining canned food and wood would outlast him. He wrapped his arms around himself, trying to capture any ounce of warmth his trembling limbs could generate. Yet in each subtle quiver, he felt the insidious reach of doubt creeping cold that whispered he had gone too far. Isolation that reminded him he was alone, a single figure in an endless white void. He shivered again, the muscles along his spine taut with tension. He looked at his frost-numbed fingers and thought, if those digits succumb to frostbite, I will lose the very tools necessary for fire, for opening cans, for gripping my poles. A flicker of panic fluttered in his chest. He pressed a sleeve to his lips, tasting salt and ash. The heat from the stove felt too weak to offer lasting reprieve. Outside, the storm rampaged as though enraged by his intrusion into its domain. The cabin groaned and ice cracked along the eaves. He shuddered, pressing his face into the scrap of blanket. Sweat beaded on his forehead, a mix of body heat and terror at the awareness that he could fail here, fail to survive the night that supposedly meant salvation. His breath stumbled in his chest as a wave of dizziness washed over him. He blinked rapidly, forcing clarity. His mind veered down a path of fear. What if dawn arrived and the storm persisted? Would his supplies hold long enough? Would he find the strength to brave another day of bitter cold? The fire would not last if he miscalculated the wood. If he rationed too sparingly, he might freeze. If he burned too generously, he might starve. Each scenario flickered before him, a series of doors slamming closed. He pressed both hands to his temples, as though he could physically squeeze the doubts out of his skull. The cabin's warmth seemed to recede, leaving him exposed to the phantom wind intruding beneath door cracks. He closed his eyes and repeated a mantra, one breath, one heartbeat, one moment at a time. Inhaling slowly, he let the scent of burning pine fill him. Exhaling, he imagined expelling fear. The movement soothed him slightly, but the hollow echo of his own vow seemed feeble against the mountain's might. A low groan reverberated through the cabin as ice shifted on the roof, an ominous reminder that his refuge was neither permanent nor entirely secure. He snapped open his eyes, heart hammering. Each doubtful thought felt like an avalanche of its own isolating him from hope. He roused himself to stoke the fire. He forced himself to rise, blinking away the swirl of dizziness, and he approached the stove. The flames hungrily licked the small logs, but the pile beside it looked dangerously low. He pulled a damp log from the pile, slapped it against his thigh, until flakes of ice fell away and added it to the fire. For a moment, the flames flared bright, and the heat washed over him like a balm. He exhaled a shaky breath, arms stretched wide, to absorb every flicker of warmth. The cabin, though small and battered, felt momentarily like a nest, fragile but sheltering. Yet doubt returned, whispering that the fire could die even now. He reached toward the smallest log remaining and weighed it in his hand, noting how damp its core felt beneath his gloves. He wanted to reserve that thin piece for morning, but the thought of waking to freezing darkness gripped him. He placed it into the stove, slowly willing its embers to burn long and steady. Each crackle and pop sounded like a countdown time was passing his life, slipping away as the wood surrendered itself to flame. He leaned heavily against the stove's iron body, feeling its warmth seep into his side. The realization that the cabin might not survive the storm's next blow forced another wave of shuddered doubt to wash over him. What if the roof collapsed under the weight of snow? What if a rogue gust ripped off a log and sent a flurry of icy shards into his fragile shelter? Scenario after scenario formed sharp, jagged edges in his mind, each one a predator waiting to ambush his heart. He shook his head violently, as though to dislodge those thoughts. His gaze shifted to the tin can, now opened and half empty, resting on the wooden table. It glinted in the firelight, reminding him that it had nourished him once already. A pang of anxiety shot through him. Could he bear to eat more, knowing that ration meant fewer calories later? His stomach clenched, and he realized that uncertainty would not be solved by avoiding decisions. Starvation was no less cruel than freezing. He stood and retrieved the can opener. The metal felt heavy in his numb fingers. He shook the can, hoping there was more liquid than had seemed. He nestled the can by the fire for a moment, letting its contents warm slightly, then pried the lid further. Steam ghosted upward, as he poured the remainder into the pot. The canned stew looked limp beneath the light pale chunks swirling in brine. He swirled a small ladle, testing the temperature. The warmth surged through his hand, and he let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. He brought the spoon to his lips and allowed a spoonful to slip into his mouth. Bitter metallic notes hovered on his tongue, but the sugary sting of caloric nourishment mediated the flavor. The act of swallowing was a small victory in a war against doubt. He sat on the bench, shivering still, but savoring each swallow as though it were a sacrament. He closed his eyes, recalling the taste of home-cooked meals long ago, letting that memory temper the unpleasantness of the canned stew. He set the spoon down and chewed the last of his ration slowly, letting the act of eating buy him a measure of control. The darkness outside seemed less oppressive now that he had silenced his hunger. But as the fire's glow shrank, sending shadows to dance along the rotting logs, a new uncertainty seeped into his mind. What if no one came for him? He pictured the barren landscape, beyond the cabin walls, jagged rocks, drifting snow, and the whiteout that would swallow him if he ventured out again. Rescue felt a distant dream. The horizon itself had vanished in the storm's fury. He swallowed a lump of dread and pressed his back against the cabin wall. Wood creaked overhead. He stared at the ceiling, noticing how the logs arched in a slight sag. A trickle of melted snow dripped from a knot in a beam, striking the floor with a rhythmic tap-tap, tap-tap, like a drumming countdown to disaster. The unceasing drip echoed in his mind, each drop a reminder that this wood was not permanent. It would not hold if the weight of snow above exceeded its strength. Doubt clamped around his heart, tightening with each measured drop. He wrapped his arms around his torso again, as if he could physically stave off the cold that seemed to snatch at the corners of his blankets. He thought of his daughter and wondered if she was safe at home, waiting for him to return. The thought of her small face, the hope lingering in her eyes, steadied him. Love, he reminded himself, was a force that could pierce the depths of doubt. He closed his eyes and pictured her brown eyes wide with innocence, and felt the softness of her hair against his cheek. In that moment, the drumming tap of the leaky roof receded, becoming part of the background, and a sense of gentle purpose rose within him. But complacency was fleeting. A sudden crack echoed like thunder through the cabin, as if the wood had split under pressure. He flinched, fear lancing through him, and bolted upright. The flame from the stove wavered as a gust of wind gusted through a gap, drawing a burst of cold air across the floorboards. Eric's pulse spiked. Panic surged in his throat, threatening to choke him. He forced his legs to move, stepping toward the door. The idea of checking the roof made his heart hammer, but he needed to know if the crack meant imminent collapse. Every step felt heavy, as though the weight of fear had settled in his bones. He reached the door and yanked it open. The wind snarled at him, sending a wrenching wave of frozen snow crystals into the cabin. He clamped his mouth shut against the biting air, his heart stuttering. Outside, he couldn't see the cabin's roof, only a wall of white. He felt along the doorframe, searching for the outline of a window. He found it and pressed his palm against frosted glass. The world beyond was a swirling maelstrom. He could not gauge whether a new fissure had opened in the shingles or whether the crack he'd heard had simply been the sound of settling logs. The roar of the storm rumbled in his ears, and he felt the horizon tilt as though the cabin lurched beneath him. He snapped the door shut, letting the latch click into place, and leaned against it for a moment, letting his chest rise and fall. Doubt had doubled in his mind while he looked outside. Was he truly safe in here? The storm felt unpredictable, a living creature snapping at his heels. He closed his eyes, pressing a knuckle to his lips, and took a slow breath, counting once more, one heartbeat, one moment. He repeated this until his pulse settled. The cabin had not collapsed. The crack was likely a single log giving way under the weight of accumulated ice, but the knowledge offered only a partial comfort. He shivered and retreated to the stove, adding a last sliver of damp wood to sustain the flame a little longer. He sank back onto the bench, keeping his gaze fixed on the dancing embers. Each flicker held possibility, the promise of warmth. Yes, but also the reminder that the fire could die. He wrapped the thin blanket tighter around himself and rocked gently as though calming an unruly child. His eyes softened as he conjured memories of his wife tucking their daughter into bed, her soft voice whispering, "Stay safe, my love." He dwelled on her reassurance, the gentleness of her touch, the confidence that love could carry them through hardship. That thought steadied him, knitting resolve within. Still doubt crept in a cold whisper haunting him. If I die here, will anyone know? Will my body be found or buried under ice until spring? Would my daughter remember me? Those questions probed his heart, but he refused to fall into their trap. He sat upright, shoulders squared, and stared at the glowing embers. He refused to let despair take hold. Instead, he allowed the warmth of his memories, his daughter's laughter, his wife's touch, to fuse with the fire's heat and fight back the chill. For a long moment, he simply watched the logs burn, each flame a fragile banner raised against doubt. Then, with a measured breath, he lay back and closed his eyes. Outside, the storm howled, but within him, a small embers of faith glowed brighter than ever. He knew the night would stretch on, doubt would return, and fear would bite afresh. But now he carried within him a spark that could not be extinguished, the thought of home, of love, and of waking to a dawn that if he persevered, he might one day see. The wind's howl intensified as Eric pushed himself forward, whiteouts closing in around him like a living shroud. His legs trembled and burned from the hours of trudging through deep drifts, but he forced himself onward, determined to find any sign of shelter. The rocky outcrops he had used as landmarks earlier were now buried beneath fresh snow, their edges smoothed into the landscape. He suspected the hunter's cabin lay just downhill, but without the compass's guidance, and with daylight fading, every step felt like a leap into the unknown. Still he moved, head bowed against the gale senses, straining for anything out of place. Suddenly, amid the swirling snow, a dark shape flickered at the edge of his vision. He blinked against the stinging flurries, forcing his eyes to focus. There, just beyond a low ridge, sat a squat structure, its silhouette angular against the white. He swallowed, heart hammering, and staggered toward it. As he drew nearer, he realized the building had been abandoned for years. The weathered logs were blackened, and cracked seams filled with hardened snow, and the roof sloped unevenly under the weight of frozen drifts. A crooked chimney leaned precariously to one side, a mere skeleton of its former self. He stumbled into knee-deep snow and collapsed against the cabin's corner, the cold wood biting through his parka sleeve. For a moment, he lay there, chest heaving, as his mind registered the magnitude of what he had found, a roof over his head. He forced himself to rise, bracing against the wind as he pushed his fingers into the gap between the logs. Snow spat into his face, but he forced his back against the building and scanned for an entrance. The door hung askew on its hinges, its bottom half buried beneath 4 feet of wind-driven drifts. The window beside it was shattered, only jagged shards of glass remained in the frame. Through that empty pane, he could see the faint outline of what must be the cabin's interior, a space of broken floorboards and collapsed rafters dusted with new snow. He took a tentative step forward and brushed his hand across the door's surface. The wood was rough beneath his numb fingers, frost-filled cracks radiating outward from rotted knots. He shifted his weight to the right, plowing through the drifts until he reached the door's edge. He wrapped his gloved hand around the handle, expecting it to be frozen solid, but it rotated with a reluctant click. He gripped the frame with both hands and tugged. The door creaked inward, blackness spilling into the snowy gray as he pried it open further. A gust of wind followed him inside, forcing the door to slam against the broken wall with a thunderous bang. He cringed at the sound, the raw echo vibrating through the cabin's hollow core. Inside, the floor was hidden beneath a thin blanket of snow that had blown through the shattered window. His boots crunched as he stepped in, sending a cascade of brittle ice crystals orbiting into the air. He clicked his headlamp on, and the beam carved a narrow swath of light across the room. The ceiling sagged in places. Heavy logs bowed under the weight of snow, and the walls were pocked with holes where wood had rotted. Faded patches of moss clung between logs, a pale green testament to summer's growth. The air was dank and cold, smelling of pine mildew and the faintest hint of smoke from long cold fires. He blinked to clear his eyes and took in every detail because this cabin, fragile as it appeared, offered more protection than the world outside. He crouched and ran a gloved hand over the floorboards. Though coated in snow, they felt solid enough to support his weight. He rose to his full height, ducking so that his forehead just skimmed the low ceiling. He had to move with his shoulders hunched. Every upright stance risked colliding with a rotted beam. He turned slowly, scanning for anything salvageable, a stove, a pile of logs, perhaps an old weapon left behind by hunters. Near the corner, he saw remnants of a collapsed stove, its cast iron legs twisted ashes scattered across the floor. He shivered, imagining what a fire here might feel like. He was acutely aware that the cabin would not withstand the storm forever. A particularly heavy gust might tear away a board or bring down part of the roof, but it would buy him time to warm up, dry his gear, and decide his next move. He moved toward the small window at the far end of the room. Ice filled the sill and shards of glass crunched under his boot as he reached up and brushed them aside. Outside, snow still danced in a furious ballet. He pressed his eye to the gap, searching for any sign of movement, an aircraft, a fellow hiker, anything. The sky was an unbroken expanse of white. Nothing broke the monotony except occasional flurries that blurred any distant shapes into oblivion. Turning back inside, Eric noticed a thin trapezoidal beam supporting a section of roof that slanted at a precarious angle. Snow pressed heavily on that corner. Icicles hung like daggers from the edge. He frowned, recognizing that if the roof collapsed, the inside of the cabin would become as lethal as the mountain itself. He stepped closer to the beam, testing its stability by pressing his poles against it. The wood groaned tiny fragments of rot falling into the snow-laden floor. He pressed his palm to the beam, feeling its damp cold. It shuddered slightly as another gust rattled the cabin's walls. He clenched his teeth and backed away, deciding he could not risk building a fire there. He needed a safer spot within the cabin, somewhere free of direct snow loads. He scanned until his headlamp's beam fell on a narrow ledge just beyond the stove's remains. It looked like a short partition of logs, almost a low wall that might have been part of a sleeping nook. He moved toward it, stepping over broken boards and upturned nails to avoid injuring his frozen feet. The partial wall offered just enough protection from shifting snow and wind. He crouched behind it, pressing his back against the logs. He felt the faintest whisper of warmth emanating from his own body, but it was feeble against the cold stone air. He reached into his pack and withdrew his emergency blanket, ripping it open and wrapping it around his shoulders. He tucked its edges inside his parka, creating a thin barrier against the damp wood. Night was approaching quickly. The cabin's interior dimmed as his headlamp flickered, the batteries draining in the bitter cold. He clicked the beam off, trusting his eyes to adjust to the darkness. He let his hands rest on his knees, trying to sense the cabin's structure through touch alone. The floor slanted downward toward the window, and he shifted his weight to ensure he would not slide unexpectedly. The air inside felt unmoving, but he knew snow still filtered in layer by layer. He reached out and scooped a handful of the damp powder from the floor, rubbing it between gloved fingers. It flaked apart easily, evidence that the cabin was no barrier against the storm's persistence. Eric allowed himself a moment to catch his breath, closing his eyes and savoring his soft, steady heartbeats. He focused on the shift of his chest, the rhythmic rise and fall, a simple proof of life in this frozen place. He felt the emergency blanket's warmth press against his skin, a reminder of the world beyond the white horizon. But as he opened his eyes, he realized that this cabin, abandoned and broken, was his world for the night. He would have to make it suffice until the storm weakened enough to move again. He exhaled slowly and pushed himself upright, posture hunched to avoid the low beams. Using his trekking poles, he tested each step, careful not to stab through the brittle floorboards that might give way. He reached the stove, Remnant crouched before it, and peered inside. Ash and bits of charred wood lay cold and lifeless. He brushed away the loose cobwebs and gently tapped the metal frame. It felt solid enough with just enough space, to accommodate a small fire if he could find fuel nearby. He thought of the piles of logs he had glimpsed outside, likely buried beneath the snow, but clearing them would be a slow, exhausting process in this slanted interior. For now, though, he simply needed to secure his immediate surroundings. He turned back to the partial wall and used his pole to clear loose snow from its top, causing a small flurry of white to cascade down. He pressed his fingers against the logs, feeling the damp cold subside slightly where the wood had retained a trace of summer warmth. He exhaled a grateful breath. It was the nearest thing to stability he had felt in hours. He moved quietly to a corner where the wall appeared more intact. The logs here were thicker, less rotted, and they resisted his poles when he tested them. He knelt and ran his hand across the logs, searching for any hidden compartments or loose boards. After a moment, his fingers found the edge of a small plank that gave way under his touch. He pried it open, revealing a narrow cavity between logs. Inside, he found nothing but accumulated dust and frozen leaves, a testament to years of abandonment. But the act of discovery filled him with cautious optimism. If he could find even a small stash of needles or cones that might ignite, he could build a fire here more safely than near the sagging beam. He ran his gloved hand along the cavity's depths, feeling only molded bits of organic debris. He pressed down until he came upon a rough, hardened cluster. He pulled back a handful of old pine needles, brittle and brown, their once green color, dulled by time. He dropped them into a small nylon pouch. He carried an improvised tinder stash. It was hardly a feast for a fire, but it offered potential a lifeline for his makeshift hearth. He rose slowly, mindful of the cabin's frail ceiling above. He moved to a small pile of boards that lay against the far wall, planks that had fallen from the roof. He tested their weight, lifting one balanced on his shoulder, its corners jagged and surfaces covered in brittle frost. He felt its texture, noting that, though aged, it was free of rot. He set the plank down gently, then tested a second. Under the cabin's pale moonlight, filtered through broken glass, he saw that the planks formed a small pyramid of potential fuel. He exhaled gratitude and exhaustion mingling in his chest. He had discovered an array of resources within this abandoned cabin, enough wood for a small flame, pine needles for tinder, and a rudimentary shelter free from the direct fury of the storm. He pressed his back against the wall again and allowed himself a fleeting moment of relief. The snow's pounding against the logs was a distant drumbeat now, a reminder that he remained at the mountain's mercy. But for the first time since being caught in the whiteout, he felt that he had a fighting chance. He settled into a crouch, wrapping his arms around his legs, and let his gaze drift toward the door's dark rectangle. It stood as a fragile barrier between him and the world outside. For now, that was enough. He closed his eyes, focused on the steady rhythm of his breathing, and prepared mentally for what must come next. Gathering the resources from the cabin's failing structure, coaxing a spark into flame, and enduring whatever the night would throw his way, Eric sat in the dim cabin interior, the air thick with the mingled scents of pine sap and damp rot. His cheeks were raw from the icy gusts that had found their way past the cracked window frame, but his fingers still managed to grasp the pulley of determination that kept him alive. He flexed his wrists, feeling the stiff protest of frozen joints. With a deliberate breath, he rose to his feet and shivered as the cold seeped inside his core, reminding him that his body still clung precariously to warmth. The pile of pine needles beside the partial wall offered tinder, but he had yet to feed them a spark. His immediate priority now was to scavenge for any other supplies, food, water, clothing, that might fortify his chances of survival longer than just one night. He stepped away from the hearth area, gingerly treading on brittle floorboards that groaned under his weight. With each step, he listened for hollow echoes that might signal a weak plank, conscious that a misstep could send him crashing into a hidden crevasse of snow beneath the cabin. He used his poles to probe the darkness ahead, letting their tips slide along the boards and walls to guide him. His headlamp cut a narrow line of yellow through the gloom, illuminating patches of fragile moss and spots of mildew that clung to the logs like spectral witnesses of every winter that had battered this shelter. Near the far wall, he noticed a wooden shelf embedded into the logs, a set of cubbyholes that might once have held provisions. He moved closer, bending to peer inside the compartments. His breath fogged the air momentarily before dissipating into the cold. The top cubby contained a layer of frost-crusted jars. Their glass exteriors were opaque, but within each he recognized a tangle of murky liquid and dim shadows, likely berries or preserved fruits that had long since spoiled. He touched the glass, feeling the thickness of ice and warped lids, and reluctantly left them undisturbed. Next to those lay a metal tin labeled salt in peeling paint, its seal unbroken but frostbitten. Salt could aid in flavoring, but offered no calories. Still, he scooped it into his palm and deposited it in his pocket. Every resource, even a pinch of salt, might prove valuable. Eric's gaze shifted to the cubby below. Inside, 2 battered cloth sacks lay half hidden beneath a scattering of dry pine needles. He knelt, brushing the needles aside until the fabric revealed itself. He lifted one sack by its tattered drawstring. Inside lay a handful of dried beans, shriveled and brittle, as if sun-bleached from years of neglect. He shook the bag gently, noting no rattling sound, which meant the beans were likely lightweight and sparse. He tipped them into his other hand, counting approximately 30 individual beans. Even if they needed extensive soaking and hours of slow simmering, their caloric density could help prolong his ration period. He tucked the beans into an inner pocket to protect them from freezing solid. Next, he opened the second sack. The drawstring snapped in half under his fingers, but he exposed an impressive sight, a stash of cured jerky strips, dark brown and stiff, clearly smoked in some rudimentary hut long ago. The strips were coated with ice crystals that crackled as he broke off a piece. He brought it close to his nose, inhaling its smoky aroma, and felt a rush of gratitude. Animal protein could keep him alive longer than beans alone. The flakes of salt adhered to the jerky's surface, glinted in the headlamp's beam. He gnawed a small corner, savoring its leathery texture. It tasted of smoked salt and something primal. He swallowed deliberately, letting the flavor and chewy warmth fill his mouth. He stashed the remaining strips into a plastic bag from his own pack, careful to seal it as best he could against moisture. A soft drip echoed from somewhere overhead. The cabin's rot was alive and seeping into every corner. Eric rose slowly, joints stiff, and approached the center of the room. He planted his poles before him and reached up, feeling along the logs until he found a loose, warped plank. He pried it away with his knife, revealing an empty cavity. He closed his eyes, momentarily dizzy, as hope and exhaustion tangled in his chest. He let the warm flicker of his emotions subside and instead focused on the tangible. The cavity held nothing but dust and a few brittle pine cones, fuel if pressed to it, but nothing edible. He replaced the plank with as much care as possible. Loose boards would attract moisture and weaken the cabin's structure further, and he could not afford to create an opening for the endless snow to invade. He clenched his jaw and turned to the broken stove, crouching beside it to brush away the front grate. Embers from the earlier fire had turned to cold gray ash. He scraped a handful and let it sift through his gloved fingers, puppy soft, yet brittle. He added it to a small resealable bag from his pack. Ash could serve as a primitive fertilizer once he returned to civilization, he reminded himself, but more immediately, it could help differentiate wood types if he needed to start a fire by friction down the line. He pressed the bag into his pocket. Eric rose, drawing a deep breath that rattled in his chest. He scanned the wall opposite the stove and saw a thin metal wire shelving unit, half bent and coated with rust. He limped over and used his poles to steady himself before propping the unit upright. The shelves groaned, protesting the disturbance, sending loose flakes of rust spiraling to the floor. On the top shelf sat several rusty tins, each stamped with faded labels. One said lard, another peaches, and another corn. Time and freezing temperatures had compromised their structural integrity. The lids bulged slightly, symptomatic of frozen liquids thawing and refreezing. He shook each tin near his ear, listening for any sign of liquid movement. The lard tin sounded hollow. The peaches tin rattled faintly with a slosh. The corn tin remained silent. He had to be cautious. Eating spoiled canned goods could kill him faster than starvation. He placed the cans on the floor in front of him and leaned closer, examining the peaches tin. He warmed it briefly with his breath, causing tiny beads of condensation to form on the lid. Then he used his knife to pry open the top. A hiss escaped the seal, and a thin stream of murky liquid flowed out. He peered inside pale, soggy bits that might once have been peach slices, but now were more akin to mushy pulp tinged with an off color that suggested spoilage. He held the spoon from his own pack under the flow, catching a drop. He tasted it on the tip of his tongue, an acrid vinegary tang that made him gag. Clearly inedible. He snapped the lid shut and tossed the empty can outside the door, letting the wind finish the job of burying it in snow. Next, he turned to the corn tin. He repeated the same breath-warming trick on its lid, wiping away beads of frost, then pried it open. A thin stench of metallic rot emanated, a smell so foul it made his eyes water. He waited for a moment to see if inferior pieces settled on the bottom, but the liquid tinted everything a dull yellow. He spooned a tiny bit to his lips, only to feel bile rise in his throat. He spat it out with a violent snort that echoed off the logs. Even desperation had limits. Wasting the canned corn felt painful, but it was a decision to preserve his health. Finally, he faced the lard tin. He braced himself, knowing that fat could fuel a fire better than any wood, and that a spoonful might provide valuable calories. He opened the can's lid and inhaled. The cold air carried a faint rancidity, but faint enough that he risked it. He skimmed a spoonful from the surface and let it melt on his tongue. The texture was greasy and slick. The taste was heavy with a faint sour note. He stored the remainder in a small sealable bag and placed it against his body heat to keep it from hardening entirely. If he coated his inner gear with a layer of fat, he could insulate himself further, or even use the grease to help start a fire in damp conditions, though consuming it was likely the more immediate priority. Having exhausted the metal tins, he focused on the middle shelf. There sat a cluster of paper-wrapped bundles, their paper brittle and water-stained. They might contain dried grains or flour, but in that moist environment, they may have clumped into an inedible mass. He gingerly tugged at a corner of one bundle, and the paper tore, spilling a stiff, flour-like dust onto the shelf. He sniffed a faint, musty odor, but nothing like rancid spoilage. He poured a spoonful of the crumbs into a cup, added a small amount of snow from his pocket, and stirred. The mixture formed a thick, gelatinous paste. Though repulsive in texture, it had a bland, faintly sweet taste. Unlike the rancid lard or spoiled fruit, this offered neutral sustenance. He swallowed a tablespoon, grimacing against the paste's chalkiness and sludgy consistency. Each mouthful felt like swallowing fear itself. He knew that if he did not force down every edible scrap, he would succumb to starvation. He placed the remaining flour-like substance into a Ziploc bag and tucked it beside the jerky strips. Eric sank onto a broken stool and rubbed his raw fingertips together, fostering what little warmth remained. He let his mind catalog the items in his possession: a half scoop of beans, a small handful of pine needles for tinder, several strips of jerky, a bag of flour paste, a pouch of lard, and a nearly spent stove with minimal fuel potential. No water save for the snow he had in his pockets, which would require use of precious fire to melt. He felt the weight of each item, not just in his pack, but in his mind. Every ration, every gram mattered. He rose from the stool, forging a path back toward the stove. The cabin flickered with the embers of another small fire that could be coaxed from these supplies. But first, he needed to gather more structural fuel. He ducked under the sagging beam again, pressing along the nearest wall where daylight filtered through a hairline crack. Soft snow drifted inward, forming a low mound on the floor. Using his poles, he punched at the mound, feeling for boards or fragments that had fallen from the ceiling. He dislodged 2 split slats of pine, each about 10 inches long and no thicker than his forearm. They were brittle, but when struck against firmer logs, they produced small clouds of splintered wood and dust. He swept the slats into his pack, satisfied they could augment the log fire later. Next, he moved to the area where the roof's lower edges had caved inward. Under the floorboards, he felt the flat faces of broken boards, large, long pieces that might serve as firewood once dried. He used his poles to lever up a board, prying it until it snapped free. He repeated the action carefully until he had 2 rectangular boards. They were damp and heavy with ice, but he suspected that if he placed them near the stove's residual heat, they would dry enough to burn. He pressed them against his thighs, using his own body warmth as a primitive defroster as he moved them back toward the hearth. As he worked, he couldn't ignore the persistent gnaw of doubt. His haul might sustain him for another day, but what then? If the storm did not relent, he could find himself stranded even longer. But each item he had salvaged, every scrap of food, every splinter of wood, was a thread he could weave into a lifeline. He pressed those fragments into his heart, bolstering his determination. Returning to the stove, he cleared its chamber of failing logs and embers with a gloved hand. He laid the broken boards inside, positioning them so that even minimal flame would consume them slowly. He sprinkled the pine needles in a shallow nest atop the boards, then peeled away the protective foil from the fire's starter he had fashioned from small strips of his emergency blanket and a sliver of candling wax from his pack. He tucked the starter between the needles and struck his lighter against the flint. The flame sputtered, but caught lapping at the pint-sized nest of metallic fibers and wax. It flared briefly, smoke curling upward, then ignited the needles. He added a thin sliver of lard to the flames, watching as the grease fed the fire a richer, steadier burn. Warmth blossomed in the cabin, licking the damp logs until they began to sizzle softly. Small wisps of steam rose from the wood as frozen moisture evaporated. Eric dropped a few beans into a dented metal cup and then spooned some of the flour paste on top, creating a lumpy, gritty porridge that might not taste of much, but it would fill his stomach. He placed the cup on the stove's edge, watching as the heat coaxed vapor to rise in lazy spirals. The cabin's air shifted, growing less clammy and more bearable as the fire strengthened. As he knelt before the stove, his eyes flicked to the jerky strips, to the bag of lard, to the pocketful of salt. He pressed a hand against his chest, feeling each heartbeat echo a promise that he would not yield. He had scavenged supplies from dust and rot, and from them he had kindled a spark that banished the darkest impulses. He focused on that spark, on the flame's warmth, and on the promise that tomorrow he would find a way out, or someone would find him. For tonight, though, he was safe enough, clothed in necessity and sheltered by broken beams. He had proven that survival was not just a matter of tools, but of unbreakable resolve. A sudden crack echoed through the cabin like a thunderclap, jerking Eric from a restless doze. His eyes snapped open to dim light dancing on the walls, shadows contorting as the fire's glow shifted against the flaring draft. He bolted upright, every muscle coiled, just as a heavy timbre of wood, splitting higher above, reverberated through the rafters. His heart hammered against his ribs as he realized a roof beam was giving way under the storm's weight. He coughed against a rush of dust as splinters rained down around him. Instinct propelled him forward. He pushed away from the stove and dove toward the cabin's center, away from the point of collapse. A massive board slick with ice and weighed down by snow crashed to the floor with a splintering roar. The impact sent a tremor through the entire cabin, rattling his senses and rattling loose a fresh tableau of terror. Snow cascaded through the opening where the beam had fallen, tumbling onto the floorboards with a hiss of cold. Eric scrambled backward on his hands and knees, mouth open, in a frantic gasp for breath. He could feel a low, grinding groan as adjacent beams shifted, threatening to follow. Splinters bit into his palms and knees, pinching through his thin layers of clothing. He scrabbled for his trekking poles, driving one into the floor to brace himself. He pushed himself upright again, every nerve ablaze with adrenaline. The stove's flames flickered as icy drafts roared through the new gap in the roof. A rush of freezing air slammed his face, and he threw his arms up to protect his head as more shards of wood descended. He winced, adrenaline masking the sharp sting as a sliver nicked his forearm. He yanked it out, tasting copper on his tongue, but he had no time to tend the wound. The cabin felt suddenly smaller, its shelter betrayed by the very walls meant to protect him. A second beam cracked with a dull groan, and Eric leapt forward, hurling himself beneath the remaining partial wall he had chosen for refuge. A flurry of ice and wood splinters sprayed across the floor where he had sat moments before. The beam he had hidden behind absorbed the brunt of the collapse, shielding him from a potential fatal blow. He plunged his fingers into the splintered wood, using the inertia of the protector beam to push himself further beneath its scant cover. The fire on the stove flickered erratically as a final wedge of wood above shifted, threatening to bring down the near side of the ceiling. Eric's breath came in ragged gasps, each inhale stinging as cold filtered through the chaotic space. He pressed himself flat against the floor, face inches from the charred wood, listening to the storm's howl through the new hole above. Snowflakes drifted down, melting on the embers, sending surplus steam into the air. He peered through a narrow slit between the partial wall and the cabin floor. A fractured beam dangled, half broken, its jagged edge, inches from colliding with his head. The weight of the snow and ice bulged the beam, and Eric's eyes widened. If the beam shifted an inch more, it would snap off and crush him. He couldn't wait passively. He needed to stabilize it or brace it somehow. Slowly he maneuvered one gloved hand to his pack's interior pocket and retrieved a coil of paracord. The cord felt damp and cold, but it was strong enough to serve as a makeshift strap. He braced his left hand against the cabin floorboards to maintain balance, then using his right hand, he slung the paracord over the protruding beam above. He wrestled with numb fingers, wrapping it around a sturdy log that served as a post for the partial wall. Every movement cost him agonizing cold, and his breathing hitched with the effort, but he forced himself to concentrate. Thread loop, wrap tie. He tightened the knot, straining as the beam groaned under the new tension. He wrapped the cord around the main support, twice tying it, just as the dangling wedge thudded perilously close to his helmet. His muscles trembled, shaking with both cold and exhaustion, but the beam held steady. A cold silence settled over the cabin as the immediate danger passed. Snow dusted the wooden planks around him, but the roof above remained intact, fragile but intact. Eric exhaled a ragged breath, wiping grime and sweat from his forehead. He forced his trembling limbs to crawl out from beneath the protective wall and placed both hands on the newly supported beam, testing its stability. It buzzed like a tense wire, still threatening to collapse, but now held by his improvised strap. Adrenaline still coursed through him, making his vision swim with half shadows. He staggered toward the stove, grabbing the hem of his parka and yanking it upward to catch the heat against his chest. He felt a sharp sting as he brushed against the stove's metal, but the warmth was welcome, the first contact of safety since the beam's collapse. He bent to scoop a handful of embers, scattering them over the floor to catch leftover splinters and kindling. Snow melting on the embers hissed and sputtered, sending a fine mist into the air. He searched the floor around the stove, where earlier he had stashed boards, pine needles, and scraps of jerky. Now those boards appeared in a new light. If the beam had given way, maybe he could reinforce it further with wood struts. He rifled through his pack for a lightweight hatchet he had stowed away in a side pocket buckled to the outside. The hatchet was his best hope of shaping wood in this moment. He grabbed it, the metal head cold, but solid in his grip. With nimble caution, he used the hatchet to carve the two boards he had gathered earlier into makeshift braces. He struck carefully, chipping away frost and trimming jagged edges until each board could serve as a wedge supporting the compromised beam. As he worked, snow-driven wind slammed against the cabin's holes, scattering fine powder inside. Eric ignored the onslaught beyond the door. His focus was singular: keep this roof standing long enough for rescue or for his next move. He listened to the timbers groan, and then with trembling arms, he positioned one carved brace under the sagging beam, wedging it between the floorboard and the beam. He hammered it gently with the hatchet's butt until it fit snugly, providing a firm vertical support. He repeated the process with the second board, positioning it at a slight angle to distribute the weight evenly. A final ear-splitting crack sounded, and a smaller fragment of wood snapped free, but the beam held on its reinforcing braces. He sank to his knees, pressing both hands against the wood as though willing it to remain upright. At least for now, it would not collapse entirely. Eric straightened and surveyed the damage. Splinters scattered across the floor. One large plank shifted, revealing a gap that led to the outside. He recognized that the cabin was now even more compromised. Additional beams could give out at any moment. He needed to create a more permanent solution before exhaustion claimed his reflexes. The fire's warmth brushed the cabin's interior, but the holes in the walls and ceiling allowed cold to seep back steadily. He exhaled, his breath ragged, and bent to scoop the largest board fragment still intact from the floor. It was thicker than the previous ones, roughly 6 inches wide and 2 inches thick. He eyed the gap under the new support beam. He positioned the board horizontally, sliding one end beneath a stable beam and the other end beneath a partially intact log, effectively creating a cross brace. He stood on the board to seat it firmly, feeling it shift under his weight. The cabin rattled as if protesting, but the board held. With one end secured under the main beam and the other under the side log, the cross brace took the place of a missing support that had rotted away. He pressed the beam with both hands. It held its position. For now, the structural danger was mitigated. He exhaled a low groan, escaping as his back ached from bending and sawing. He wiped sweat from his brow, concluding that the fire might be the only source of heat that could save him through the night. He moved back to the stove, adding a few more splinters, and a sliver of jerky, fatty jerky burned longer than wood alone and coaxed the flames to life. The resulting crackle offered him solace. For a moment, he felt the cabin breathe with him. Warmth rose, seemingly pressing back against the cold that threatened to swallow him. He sank to the ground beside the stove, pressing his palms against the glowing embers. He felt his fingers warm gradually each moment of heat, a gift. He stripped off his gloves and rubbed his raw knuckles, mindful that he needed to preserve every ounce of dexterity to manage the fragile supports he had built. He scooped a small handful of jerky strips, chewing slowly to test his tolerance. The taste of strong smoke and hardened salt soothed his hunger in a familiar way, and he relished each chew as though it were a small victory against the storm's relentless headwind. Above him, he could hear the subtle groan of wood, still under strain, but the reinforcing boards held firm. He stared into the pocket of his parka, where he had stored emergency rations, the flour paste, the beans, the remaining lard. He weighed his options: eat now and risk running out sooner, or die of hunger later. The siren call of warmth and energy pushed him to chew another strip of jerky, swallowing with the care of one divided between relief and dread. He added a few beans to a cup, mixed them into the last of the porridge he'd made, and swallowed. The fragments of nourishment warmed his gut, staving off gnawing hunger for another hour, perhaps more. He leaned back against the stable partial wall, focusing on the fire's glow dancing across the reinforcing boards he'd just inserted. The rhythm of the fire's crackle soothed his frayed nerves. It had not in that moment turned into the roar of collapsing wood. He dared to hope that his makeshift repairs would hold through the night. His mind became a slow hum of calculation and reflection. He considered the next hour's sleep was a luxury he might not have. If he closed his eyes, he might drift into a stupor and fail to react if another beam gave way. He pressed both palms against the floor beside him, feeling its solidity. The cabin floor held strong. He decided to remain awake, perched half-sitting against the wall, ready to spring to action at the slightest sound. He closed his eyes for a heartbeat, recalling his daughter's gentle face. Her soft daddy whispered in the golden afternoon light. The memory was a beacon that pushed back the fear. He exhaled slowly, letting the aroma of burning jerky and pine fill his nostrils. He welcomed the warmth from the flames, allowing the heat to climb from his stomach to his chest and throat. A violent gust rattled the cabin, sending a spray of snow through the broken window and across his feet. He opened his eyes, boots covered in powdery frost, and watched as embers flickered in sudden response. He pressed his right palm to the stove's iron door to steady himself, eyes fixed on the shifting shadows. His makeshift beams and braces creaked in response to the wind's throaty roar. Then, as if in slow motion, a smaller fragment of wood sheared off the rafters above, but it fell harmlessly to one side, clearing rather than crashing onto the stove. Relief and tension intertwined in his chest. For now, the cabin held. Fatigue threatened to drag his body into sleep, but he forced his eyelids open. He needed to maintain vigilance. He adjusted his posture, settling into a half-upright position, back pressed against the stable wall legs, bent to keep his feet near the fire's warmth. He let the flicker of the jerky-fueled flame be his constant companion, a promise that even in this battered ruin, he could maintain control over his immediate fate. He exhaled, allowing a softer rhythm to replace the jagged pulses of early terror. The collapsing beam had been a near-fatal warning, but he had reacted using his wits and minimal tools to forestall ruin. Even though the storm outside remained vicious inside, in this fragile cabin, Eric had carved out a slender path of safety. His muscles burned from efforts, and his lungs ached from cold and exertion, but within him, the ember of hope glowed brighter. With each breath, he reaffirmed his resolve. He would not be undone tonight. Through ingenuity, stubbornness, and memory of his daughter's smile, he had once more thwarted the mountain's attempt to claim him. He closed his eyes just for a moment to let the heat of the stove press against his chest. He let the crackle of embers lull him into a state of alert calm. The cabin creaked, but the supports held. The storm shrieked outside, but the walls stood. He breathed in slowly, filling his lungs with the warm scent of smoke, and each exhale expelled doubt. In that moment, though the night outside stretched on, Eric found an unshakable resolve. He was battered but alive, broken but not defeated, and as long as the fire burned and the makeshift braces held, he would endure this trial, and one day soon he would stand again in that sunlit meadow with his daughter waiting for him. Night had deepened into an endless expanse when Eric realized the fire's glow had all but vanished, leaving only pale embers smoldering beneath a thin layer of ash. The cabin's interior, that had once shuddered with the blaze's warmth, was now an archipelago of cold shadows. He sat hunched by the stove, his shoulders heavy with exhaustion, eyes fixed on the dull orange glimmer that remained. Every inhale drew in frigid air that intruded through the gaping holes in the walls and roof, and he felt that chill snake beneath his parka slipping past every layer of insulation. The embers, once a beacon of hope, now felt like a dying heartbeat. His fingers, which had thawed earlier, were cooling rapidly again, each knuckle shining with a faint translucent sheen as if crystallizing from within. He reached toward the stove with one gloved hand, running his fingertips along the metal edge, tasting metallic ash on his gloves. The heat was scant more ritual than refuge. He stared at the embers as though willing them to flare back to life, but they offered no response. The stove's chamber was strewn with damp logs and charred slivers that refused to kindle. His body trembled, not from trembling fear this time, but from a profound exhaustion that seeped into every muscle. He glanced down at his boots. The toe of his left foot carried a numb swell that he recognized as the first bloom of frostbite. He shifted uncomfortably, drawing his legs closer to the ember's faint glow. But as he did, He felt the stub of the orange ember collapse into gray ash, its glow extinguished. His heart plunged, and a nameless despair crept into his mind. He had managed to keep the fire alive through the night's worst assaults. First the broken beam, then the challenges of fuel and the thunderous storm outside. Yet now, in this silent hour, the embers lay spent. He closed his eyes, leaning his forehead against his knees, and tried to still the roaring doubts in his head. But their voices echoed. If the fire dies completely, you will freeze. If you attempt to rekindle it, you may consume your last ration of fat, leaving you without energy to stay awake or venture out. And even if you succeed, that temporary warmth might be swallowed by the storm's next assault. He pressed his gloved fingers to the swollen tip of his left toe, feeling the stiff numbness there. His mind flickered to the memory of his daughter's laugh, a bright spark in a summer's day. Now that warmth felt distant, as though someone else recalled it, not him. He clenched his jaw and leaned back, pressing his spine against the partial wall he had reinforced. The rough logs scraped against his parka, but he welcomed the friction, as any sensation felt better than the creeping void in his mind. A shudder coursed through him, and he unclipped a small bag of lard from his belt. His fingers shook as he brought it forward, ripping open the seal. He used a single gloved finger to scoop out a dollop of the greasy substance, then pressed it against his cheek, letting the fat melt against his skin. The sensation was both repulsive and comforting. Cold metal pressed to his warm flesh, and the lard's slick surface offered a thin barrier against the air's sharp bite. He repeated this on both wrists and along the outer ankles of his pants, coating any exposed gear with grease to delay freezing. In the dim red glow of the embers, the lard-shined surfaces looked strange and unnatural, but they gave him a tangible task, something to focus on beyond his racing thoughts. He let the bag drop to his lap and stared at the floor beneath him, wood grain etched with ash and bits of burned jerky. His legs trembled when blood returned to them in sudden warmth, but the same warmth whispered away as he drew back from the dying fire. He closed his eyes and inhaled the scent of pine smoke, an echo of comfort that he feared might be his last. The cabin's structure creaked overhead. The makeshift braces groaned in an ominous refrain, as though the storm outside had extended its cold tendrils into this fragile shelter. Each creak felt like a countdown, a drumbeat heralding complete collapse or a freezing end. He forced himself to rise, bracing on unsteady legs. The numbness in his left foot made each step uncertain, as though he were walking on a board that might shatter beneath his weight. He shuffled toward the corner where he had piled salvaged boards, pine needles, and the fraction of jerky he had yet to eat. He knelt, his weight pressed onto his right knee, and surveyed his supplies by the faint light of his headlamp. The flour paste remained half full in its bag, but the beans were down to a scant handful, maybe 10 lingering remnants. The jerky, too, was nearly gone. Only a single strip remained darker now, its edges stiff and cold. He touched it gently, recalling its smoky warmth on his tongue. He pressed the strip to his lips, chewing slowly to extract every calorie and every memory of comfort. He swallowed, feeling the meager sustenance ignite a spark within his gut. He rose unsteadily, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. He closed his eyes, breathing shallowly, then exhaled with a soft hiss that froze in the evening air. He reached for a dry board and placed it on the stove's grate, then tucked a few needles beneath it, like tinder. He struck his lighter's flint. The spark flared, then died almost instantly. He pressed again, and a weak flame caught for a moment before flickering out. His thumb slipped on the lighter's cold surface, and the flame died again. In the agonizing seconds that followed, the stove's chamber felt like a tomb, a place where even sparks could not ignite life. He tossed the lighter aside, closing his eyes to stifle the surge of frustration that rose in his throat. Hope flickered and died. He paced slowly, each step slow, and labored, testing the floor with his pole, making sure no hidden crevasse yawned beneath him. The only sound was the heavy breathing in his ears, the dull rattle of the stove's metal as the wind shifted outside, and the steady drip-drip of meltwater falling from the gashed roof onto the floor. He knelt to retrieve a handful of flour paste, dumped it into the metal cup, and then added a small scoop of snow from his pocket. He used his cold thumb to stir, yawning as he watched the mixture thicken into a gray, lumpy porridge. He forced himself to drop a spoonful into his mouth. It was unpalatable, grainy, sludgy, and bitter, but he swallowed in each mouthful with grim deliberation, knowing that to do otherwise would be fatal. As the porridge slid down his throat, he felt sharp pangs of hunger twist in his gut. He pressed a hand to his chest, fighting back a swell of panic. Frostbite gnawed at his extremities, and he could feel the heat draining from his core. He exhaled, bracing himself against the cold that seemed to seep deeper through his parka every moment. The cabin's skeleton now offered only faint protection. Any gust could chill him to the bone. He opened his eyes, catching sight of the jerky bag and the final scattering of beans on the floor. He gathered the beans, cradling them in his hand. If he rationed each one carefully, he could eke out enough of a meal to stay alive until morning. But his gloves were thick and his fingers stiff. Inevitably, some would drop. He closed his fist carefully, then released them into a metal cup. Each bean clicked against the steel wall like a ticking clock. Shivering, Eric rose and pressed both palms against the stove's sides, feeling faint warmth radiate. He took a deep breath and whispered to himself, 1 second, 1 breath, 1 moment. He repeated the mantra like a prayer, letting its rhythm slow his racing heart. He opened the bag of beans and dropped one into his palm. He cupped it in both hands, rubbing it between his gloved fingers as though that alone might nourish him. Then he placed the bean in his mouth, letting it dissolve on his tongue before chewing. The flavor was dusty and bland, but each kernel carried the weight of persistence. He swallowed, then pushed another bean into his palm. 2 beans left. A distant roar outside made the knife of panic lunge through him. Each storm gust threatened to destroy the fragile cabin and snuff out his last candle of warmth. He shifted back to the stove hatch, pressing his face close to the embers. A handful of slivers and boards lay on the grate, but they were damp, saturated from hours of melting snow. He cupped his hands around the open flame's cavity and exhaled, trying to coax any remaining coals to ignite. But the slightest stray breeze puffed through the gaps in the walls, snuffing out hope. His breath fogged the space, and he realized that any attempt to stoke a fire now would burn his last piece of jerky or use more of the stolen lard, leaving him with nothing at all. He swallowed, tasting ash on his tongue and cold fear in his chest. He closed the stove's door and let his back slide down the rough logs behind him. His body trembled in silent terror. His vision blurred with fatigue, but he stared at the embers until the glow flickered out completely, leaving him in a darkness so absolute that he could barely see his own hands before his face. The silence settled like a blanket, thick and oppressive. He tried to steady his breathing, counting each inhale and exhale, but the cold seeped deeper. He realized that if the embers died entirely, he would soon feel the frostbite spread beyond his toes, up his legs, until the very core of him stiffened into stillness. The darkness itself felt alive, a vast invisible void pressing in on him. He pressed his cheek to the floor, feeling the frigid grain of pine beneath his skin. He drew memories of his daughter into his mind, the warmth of her small body pressed to his chest as he held her as an infant. He remembered burying his face in her hair, breathing in the scent of a life that had begun hours after he had left his warm bed that morning. Those memories flickered like the fire's embers, bright and fleeting. He clung to them as the last tether to humanity, refusing to let them slip away into the cold void. But despair held him fast, like an iron vice around his chest. He felt the lurch of tears, but tears were water. They would only freeze on his cheeks. He pressed his face against the floorboards, burying it in the splintered grooves, breathing shallowly so as not to waste precious heat. He brought his knees to his chest, wrapping his arms around them, legs drawn in to conserve whatever warmth remained. His body's tremors echoed in the hollow space, a symphony of worn-out limbs and battered spirit. Minutes passed, or hours. Time had dissolved into the cold. He could not tell. Every moment felt like a lifetime, and yet no time at all. He bared himself to the storm's relentless onslaught, each howl a reminder that death could come without warning. He wondered if he could will his heart to keep beating, even as frostbite etched its claim on his flesh. The numbness crept upward, and he found he could no longer wiggle the toes of his left foot. He pressed a hand to his sock, but all sensation had drained away. Panic threatened to engulf him, but he fought to keep it at bay, summoning the last reservoir of mental strength. In the oppressive darkness, he whispered his daughter's name. He recalled her small voice, calling out to him, "Daddy, will you play with me?" Those words shone like a beacon in his mind, a star against the night sky. He clung to them as though they were a lifeline, stretching his thoughts beyond the cabin's battered walls and the mountain's cruelty. He breathed her name again and again, each syllable a bulwark against the flood of fear. He recognized that his body could no longer fend off the cold unaided. But still, a stubborn ember of resolve flickered. He tapped his knuckles against the stove's metal one final time, as though planting his flag. He told himself, "I cannot stop. I will not stop." Even as the darkness pressed all around, He willed himself to keep breathing, one breath, one heartbeat, one moment. Then, as if in response to that unspoken vow, the first gray light of pre-dawn seeped through the shattered window pane. Slivers of cold blue cut across the floor, dancing in the frost-laden air. It was a whisper of dawn, a signal that the night was ebbing away, if only by a few minutes. In that dim glow, Eric felt a spark ignite within. If the mountain could bring him to the brink, he could still reach beyond it. The first tendrils of light guided his gaze upward, and with it, he felt a flicker of warmth, not from embers, but from the certainty that dawn was near. He closed his eyes, imagining that warm sun on his daughter's face, envisioning her calling to him once more. His body might be failing, but his spirit, anchored to that love, refused to submit. And as the pale light spread further into the cabin, chasing away the absolute darkness, he drew a shuddering breath and whispered, "I am still here." His chest rose slowly, and though each breath was a lightning bolt of cold pain, he clung to the promise that morning might yet deliver rescue, or at least a new chance to fight. The pale pre-dawn light seeped into the cabin through fractures in the window and gaps in the logs, cold and brittle, but alive with promise. Eric blinked against the dim gray luminescence, letting it wash over his face and warm his eyelids, however slightly. He felt the ache in his chest, the deep-rooted ache that had threatened to sink him into the floorboards throughout the night, softened just enough to permit a flicker of hope. The embers had long since died, but now the dawn's light served as a lifeline, offering proof that the world beyond the cabin still existed. It whispered that he was not abandoned, that the mountain's merciless fury would not last forever. He rose on trembling legs, each joint stiff from cold and fatigue. His bruised ankle protested with a sharp stab as he shifted his weight, reminding him of the days he had already spent fighting frostbite and hunger. He pressed his gloved palms against the floorboards, as if to reassure himself that solid ground remained beneath his feet. The partial wall behind him, reinforced with makeshift braces, stood silent and quivered faintly as another gust rattled the cabin's battered frame. Yet it held. The inroads of despair that had threatened to carve him into frozen stillness now found themselves repelled by the returning light. Eric closed his eyes, drawing strength from a memory darker and more vital than any night-bound terror. He pictured his daughter's face, the way her eyes crinkled when she laughed, head tilted back, curls bouncing as she chased pigeons at the park. He heard her voice high and confident, calling out to him, "Daddy, don't worry, I believe you can do it." Those words had once buoyed him through ordinary struggles, tight deadlines at work, sleepless nights caring for her when she was sick, but in this frozen ruin, they felt like a shield against hopelessness. He inhaled slowly and centered himself on that memory, not just the content of her encouragement, but the cadence of her tone, the bright certainty that he could overcome any trial. The memory of her vibrant spirit ignited something within him, an ember that refused to die. He unclamped his mind from the cabin's oppressive silence and recast the darkness of the previous hours as a crucible one he had endured and survived. Now he had the chance to kindle that ember into a guiding flame. He dared to want more, to emerge from this crumbling refuge, to traverse the snow-lashed face of the mountain once again, but this time with renewed resolve and purpose. He would not leave this valley in limbo. He would face whatever awaited him outside these logs and broken rafters. He flexed his left foot, the cold numbness now receding into a dull ache that spread upward into his calf. Frostbite had claimed much, but it had not stripped him of the ability to move. He tested the weight on each foot, confirming that he could stand with a measure of confidence. Even so, the cabin floor felt like a brittle sheet atop a chasm, unstable in places, but he trusted the partial wall's support and his own careful sense of balance. He rose fully to his feet, each motion deliberate, as though the cabin's floor could crumble beneath a sudden shift. Eric shuffled toward the stove, now nothing more than a cold pile of ash and charred logs, and opened its door. He knelt beside it and brushed loose ash aside, revealing a few damp slivers of wood he had neglected to burn the previous evening. The slivers were frost-laden and brittle, but with the faint daylight filtering through, he felt the possibility that under the right conditions, a spark could coax them alive. He reached into his parka pocket and found the bag of lard he had reserved just enough to grease his boots and gear, but now realized he needed more fuel for this rebirth. He scooped a small spoonful of semi-solid fat and tucked it among the wood slivers, letting its warmth infuse the fibers. He lifted his hand to his chest and felt the pulse there, each beat a reminder that his body still served him, if only barely. He pulled his headlamp from his belt and checked its batteries. One bar flashed weakly, not enough for all-day use, but sufficient to guide him through low-light work. He clicked it on, and its narrow beam illuminated the stove's chamber, where he arranged the wood slivers and lard-coated kindling in a small teepee. He struck his lighter against the flint twice, and the flame sputtered, nearly extinguished. He pressed it into the heart of the tinder, and the kindling caught with a soft hiss, then gradually flared. Smoke rose in pale tendrils, and soon thin flames licked at the dry wood, growing brighter as the cabin's gray corners illuminated with the fire's glow. He felt warmth rush into his limbs, unlocking the cold's grip. The fire crackled and danced, consuming whatever moisture remained. He knelt for a moment, pressing his hands toward the embers, savoring the radiating heat. The partial wall beside him creaked, but held firm. His supports had done their job. As the flames strengthened, he retrieved the bag of flour paste and the handful of beans from the floor, placing them in the nearest empty metal cup. He poured a small cup of snow into the cup, setting it near the fire's edge to melt gradually. The sluggish drip of water signaled that nourishment and hope would soon flow again. While the snow softened into liquid, Eric rose and surveyed the cabin. The wider gap in the roof let in sunlight, no longer the oppressive winds of the night, allowing flakes of drifting snow to swirl gently rather than pummel him. He moved with care to avoid tripping on shattered floorboards or loose nails, each step a practiced dance between urgency and caution. He crossed to the far wall and brushed aside twisted shards of glass, revealing a narrow window. He pressed his teeth against his glove as he wiped through the dirt and frost, peering out into the slope beyond. What he saw at first was only white, a vast expanse of drifts broken by jagged peaks of rock. But soon details emerged, a crease in the snow, marking a couloir that dipped downward, traces of pine, where stunted trees stood defiant against the cold. He traced his finger against the glass, outlining the route westward and downhill toward a cluster of trees that might mark a valley floor. He recalled from memory that below those trees lay a ranger station that in summer held supplies and a functioning radio. In winter, it was deserted, its door likely barricaded against snow, but still a waypoint in his mind, a place to aim for. He exhaled and pressed his gloved hand against the window's edge, feeling hope bloom within him. The path would be treacherous. Whiteouts still tossed snow through the air, and hidden crevasses lurked beneath every drift. Yet if he could navigate to those trees, he might find a more permanent refuge, or at least a vantage point to signal rescue. The memory of his daughter's fearless laughter surged. She had once challenged him to ride his bicycle down a steep hill, giggling that he was the bravest dad in the world. He had felt invincible then. Now that same fire burned inside him, an antidote to fear. He turned back to the fire and lifted the metal cup, tasting the cold water that now filled it. He sipped gratefully, letting the liquid soothe his parched throat. The taste was pure nothing like the rancid tin water he had spat out days before. He added 2 beans to the cup, watching as they bobbed in the warm liquid, soaking in heat before he swallowed them. The beans, once desiccated and lifeless, now swelled with warmth, and each chew felt like the forging of new resolve. He would not remain here. He would not accept this cabin as his end. He would push toward those trees, toward sign of life and rescue. Eric straightened, brushing ash off his pants, and pulled his gloves back on. He gripped his trekking poles, hefting them to test their balance, noting that a strap had frayed overnight. He tied the frayed strap into a knot for extra security, determined that no gear failure would jeopardize his progress. His parka's warmth felt comforting, but layered too heavily would risk overheating on the trek. He removed his thick woolen liner, rolling it into his pack. He still wore his thermal layers, but shedding that inner jacket gave him room to move more freely. He squatted beside the stove, scooping the melting snow into his mouth, tasting that crisp mountain water as though he had never tasted water before. Each swallow felt like a small victory, a testament that he still had the strength to carry on. He set the cup aside and reached into his pack, retrieving a small mirror. He wiped away frost with the hem of his shirt and studied his reflection, cheeks hollowed by hunger, eyes shadowed by exhaustion, but a fierce light burned within them. He brushed a stray lock of snow-damp hair from his forehead and nodded to himself. This face had endured far worse, and now it would emerge from the cabin and claim the slope as its own. He rose to his feet, the fire's glow flickering across his silhouette, and stepped away from the stove for the final time. He moved to the doorway and paused, pressing the edge of his left gloved hand against the frame. Outside, a spasm of wind rattled the cabin, as if reminding him of the mountain's fury. But the sun, hidden behind a blanket of gray clouds, had risen enough to cast diffuse light, softening shadows and revealing contours in the snow. He felt the wind sweep through the doorway, cold but no longer malevolent. It felt like a breath reminding him that he was still alive. His mind cycled through one final check, the reinforced beams overhead still holding, the supplies by the stove enough for one meal, his pack lighter less burdened by spent rations. His technique steady focused. He inhaled, filling his lungs with the cold air, letting it invigorate him, then exhaled slowly, anchoring his resolve. The memory of his daughter's voice soared again in his mind. "Daddy, you are my hero. You can do this." He let it wash over him, replacing the lingering threads of doubt with a tapestry of determination. He stepped outside, gravel crunching beneath his boots as he brushed snow from the threshold. His eyes narrowed against the cold, scanning the slope below. The rooster of sun had not yet breached the horizon, leaving the world cloaked in a muted gray. But he sensed motion in the landscape, drifting flurries that clung to the wind's breath, distant shapes of rock outcroppings offering hints of bearings. He planted his poles in the snow, leaning slightly forward, testing the slope's gradient. The snow was softer than the day before, no longer frozen into hard crust, but yielding beneath his feet. This meant slower progress, but also a smoother surface that might hide fewer treacherous crevasses. He bent to tie his boots tighter, ensuring no snow would seep inside. His toes numb from frostbite, but still intact, tingled with expectancy. He flexed his ankles, feeling the grinding grind of cold against his joints, then nodded to himself. The aspiration to reach the trees below burned brighter than his fear. He reached into his pack one last time for a small bundle, the remaining strip of jerky. He broke off a corner, letting it soften between two fingers before tearing a small bite. The texture was tough, but each chew rewarded him with rich, smoky warmth that slid down his throat. He swallowed and felt that warmth fanned into resolve. He stomped downward with his poles leaning forward to press his weight into each step as he began his descent. The slope pitched gently at first, then grew steeper, and he felt the tug of gravity behind every movement. His ankle throbbed, but he locked his knee and let his poles bear some of the load. He scanned the slope for subtly darker patches, marks of hidden rock or shallow voids. Each pole planted was an assurance, a promise that he would not slip into oblivion. He concentrated on breathing in a steady rhythm, inhale, exhale, each breath, a metronome guiding his steps. With each passing minute, the cabin receded into his peripheral vision until it remained only as a small, dark shape perched improbably on the slope, a testament to his resolve. He felt a brief pang of tenderness, as though that battered refuge had been a companion in his darkest hours. But he turned away, forging his gaze on the distant tree line. Those trees ahead of him, and half buried, offered more than just wood or shelter. They signified a path toward rescue, toward his daughter's embrace, toward life itself. He exhaled one final breath, heavy and triumphant, and launched himself down the slope, poles first each step, a vow to carry on. The mountain still rumbled with wind, but now he moved with it, not against it, guided by the bond of love that his daughter's voice had instilled and by the unbreakable ember of hope rekindled at dawn. His breath came in measured bursts as Eric pressed down the slope, each step sinking ankle deep into soft snow. The trees ahead grew more distinct, gnarled pines, heavy with frost, their branches sagging beneath drifts. He angled toward a cluster of denser evergreens, knowing they marked the valley floor. But beneath the promise of shelter lay an ache that radiated from his core, hunger that felt less a sensation than a living thing gnawing at his insides. As he pushed onward, his mind drifted to the jerky strip he had stashed in his pack. It was the last piece he had, the final concession he could make to stave off starvation. Each bite earlier had felt like a triumph, a spark of vitality in the frozen expanse. Yet now, as the trees drew nearer, the small morsel weighed heavily in his thoughts, like a tether between present struggle and imminent collapse. He paused against the trunk of a pine, bracing himself as the wind whipped around him, carrying the scent of resin and snow. His parka's zipper creaked as he reached inside to retrieve the jerky. His fingertips, still stiff from frost, fumbled the plastic bag. He peeled it open, and the smoky aroma wavered in the frigid air. He held the strip up to his lips, hesitating at the thought that once he consumed it, no more food would remain. His gaze drifted downward, tracing the slope that led toward the valley floor, toward a possibility of rescue. He reminded himself that each step required fuel, each mile demanded sustenance. If he did not eat this now, he might not have strength to continue. He pressed the jerky between his gloves and tore off a thin sliver. It was icy and stiff, reluctant to yield. He bit down, feeling the strands peel under his teeth, the smoky saltiness filling his mouth like a fleeting warmth. He chewed deliberately, letting each shred dissolve into a coarse mash that slid down his throat. The flavor was sharp smoke salt, a hint of char. Each chew sent a flicker of warmth into his belly, a small ember of comfort. Yet, as he swallowed, he felt a pang of sorrow. This was his final morsel. No matter how many trees lay ahead, he would carry this hunger into the heart of them. He tilted his head back and closed his eyes against the swirling snow, savoring that last bite as an act of defiance. He imagined the taste of fresh fruit, warm bread, and steaming stew things he knew now only in memory. His mouth watered, yet hunger was a savage tutor that taught him gratitude in the face of scarcity. He clamped his jaw and forced himself to swallow the last sliver. The bag snapped shut, its plastic clinging around the empty space. He tucked it back into his pocket, a physical testament to the void in his stomach. Eric opened his eyes, feeling the ache in his gut pulse in time. With his heartbeat, he placed a gloved hand against the rough bark of the pine, steadying himself. He breathed in hazy wisps of vapor curling from his lips. A fierce gust of wind blasted through the trees, rattling their branches like skeletal arms. He leaned forward against the slope, shifting his weight onto his poles and forcing himself to move. Even now, with no rations left, he could not linger. He needed to reach shelter before darkness fell again. As he descended deeper into the tree line, the snow underfoot became powdery and colder, no longer packed down. Each step required deliberate effort. Plant poles firmly shift, weight lift, foot press forward. His ankle throbbed with each movement, a dull ache that hardened into a constant reminder of vulnerability. He clenched his teeth, focusing on the line of evergreens that stretched ahead like a fortress. Darkness hovered at the edges of the forest. The tall pines formed an archway that swallowed the sky, and beneath them, shadows thickened into inky pools that hid roots and fallen logs. He tightened the straps on his pack and angled his headlamp upward, igniting a narrow cone of light that revealed swirling motes of snow. The path beneath the trees was a labyrinth of fallen needles and icy tangles, an unpredictable underworld where any misstep could send him sprawling. He angled toward a natural clearing, a small frozen pond rimmed with pines that bent low, bowing under the weight of ice. He forced himself forward, the anticipation of water and a chance to rest tempting him onward. His stomach churned, reminding him sharply of the caloric deficit gnawing at his muscles. When he reached the pond's far edge, he sank onto a fallen trunk, pressing his back against its rough bark. He exhaled, catching the faint scent of pine resin. The world felt distant here, as though the mountain had exiled him to a silent realm. He curled his gloved fingers into a fist and pressed it against his abdomen, willing both warmth and strength to return. The pond's mirror-like surface reflected the weathered pines, and a sky steeled with clouds, an austere portrait of desolation that mirrored his own battered state. He closed his eyes and let his mind trace the memories of meals from better times. Hearty soups that softened his limbs, warm loaves that satisfied his hunger, cups of coffee that steamed like promises. But memories alone would not fuel his steps. He needed to act. He swung his legs off the log and rose unsteadily. Each movement felt like wading through molasses. Without sustenance, every joint burned. He knelt to the edge of the pond and scooped slush into his cupped palms, letting the cold water seep through his mitts. He pressed it to his face, gripping the icy shards until he gulped mouthfuls, letting the frigid liquid fill him. It burned his lips and throat with cold, but thirst was a cruel tyrant, more insidious than hunger. He stood and pressed onward, emerging from the pond edge onto a carpet of powder snow that muffled the sound of his footfalls. The trees parted ahead, revealing a steeper incline, crowned by stunted brush and more widely spaced pines. He climbed each footstep like a ceremony pole, planted foot pressed down, and breath exhaled. He told himself that beyond this knoll, he would find a path to lower ground, where perhaps a ranger's cabin or a marked trail awaited. But hunger twisted inside him, a tightening band that robbed him of clarity. A dizzy wave washed over him, and he grabbed his poles to steady himself. He crouched, leaning on both for support, and swallowed as though trying to steer foodless air down his throat. His stomach revved in protest, a hollow drum that echoed within. He exhaled slowly, forcing calm back into his chest. He reminded himself that hunger, for all its sting, also sharpened his focus. It made each sapling, each ridge, each faint animal track that might lead him onward a marker of life. He continued up the knoll, forcing mind and body to cooperate. The slope leveled off again, revealing a winding game trail that had been pressed into the snow by deer and hare. He recognized it from a map he had glimpsed long ago. The trail veered down toward a rocky outcrop where the wind blasted fewer drifts, hinting at a more accessible route. Best of all, animals followed it. Where they went, he could follow. He placed his poles at the trail's entrance and set his foot at its edge. The first step was a shuddering cascade of cold and pain as he pressed the toe of his boot into the frozen crust. He tested the surface solid enough to support his weight. He took another step, then another. Hunger rattled in his mind, but he focused on the present, on the crunch of snow beneath his poles, on the crispness of the air in his lungs. Minutes passed as he navigated the winding game trail, the pines closing in overhead to form a cathedral of ice-encrusted branches. Dim light filtered through, turning the snow a muted silver. The world felt suspended, neither fully day nor fully night. He felt fatigue claw at his eyes, but he forced each blink, blinking vigorously to clear the burn. His muscles trembled, and he forced himself to stand tall, poles firm beneath his shoulders. Then the trees parted, revealing a narrow valley floor. He recognized the shape, a rocky ledge on the far side, where a fallen signpost likely once marked the ranger's trail. Though he could no longer read its rusted face, he knew from memory that a supply box and emergency shelter stood near that ledge, maintained by rangers during warmer months. If he could reach it, he could find a way to call for help, or at least a cache of supplies left by hikers. He forced his mind to quiet, focusing on the shape of the valley's outline in the dim light. Each syllable of his thoughts ran like a mantra valley. Ridge, shelter, find a way. He crossed the frozen stream that trickled through the valley's center. Ice crusted over its thin current, but the rock riverbank felt unstable. He gingerly hopped from boulder to boulder, each footfall echoing into the icy void. Hunger rumbled low as he made his own echo. He forced himself to take a final step onto a smooth slab of granite where the footprint of his boot sank only to mid-shin, not knee. The stability was a small reprieve, offering a solid foundation for the trek ahead. Eric angled northward, heading toward the ledge. The valley floor was strewn with boulders, and he skirted them, relying on peripheral vision to detect sudden dips in the snow. A frigid wind swept down from the ridgeline, hissing through the pines and rattling small cascades of ice from the branches overhead. He pressed his face away from the blast and kept walking, each breath a testament to the will to survive. Finally, he spotted the crumbling outline of the ranger's shelter. It was no more than a lean-to of stacked logs, half collapsed and roofless, but the ground beneath it sloped sharply enough that minimal snow drifted inside. He staggered toward it, each step an act of faith. Hunger twisted sharp pain through his abdomen, but within that lean-to lay hope. If remnants of supplies remained, he could last until rescue arrived. He ducked beneath the shelter's low rafters, feeling the air inside warmer and oddly still. He reached forward, sweeping away frost and brush to reveal a metal cash box half buried in snow. His gloved hands fumbled the latch, releasing a creak that echoed in the chill. He pulled the box free and upended it. Inside lay a stash, a bundle of high-calorie bars, a small can of fruit cocktail, an emergency radio still sealed in plastic, and a half-empty bottle of water showing no sign of freezing. His chest tightened as relief flooded him. He unwrapped one of the bars, dense, protein-rich, pressed with nuts and dried fruit. He tore it in half and allowed the sweet, nutty flavor to slide into his mouth. The caloric richness felt like liquid gold every bite, melting hunger and flooding his body with renewed life. He pressed the radio switch tentatively. The static crackled, then a faint-voiced snowdrift rider search party coordinates. He couldn't make out the full transmission, but the crackle meant the signal still worked. He pressed closer to the speaker, listening, as the voice repeated coordinates. He recognized them, the approximate location of the ranger station. He released a breath he didn't know he had been holding and concentrated on the voice, letting it guide his next steps. With renewed vigor, Eric filled his Nalgene with the water, the liquid sloshing against the plastic sides. He drank deeply, savoring the cool freshness. He tore open the remaining bar and let its pieces dissolve between gnawed gums. Each bite renewed a spark of energy. He tucked the radio and the fruit cocktail into his pack, aware that these would be his lifeline until help arrived. Then he stepped out from the lean-to and onto the valley floor, leaving behind the world of starvation for one bathed in vital urgency. He looked back once at the wrecked iron shelter, an improbable haven in an unforgiving wilderness. He tipped his headlamp toward it, as though acknowledging its service, and then turned forward. The valley's far edge rose into a steep embankment crowned by dense pines. He angled toward the embankment's foot, tracing the path he remembered from the map in his pocket. The last bar and can of fruit would fuel him up that embankment and beyond toward a road likely plowed in winter, a road where vehicles could slow to check on his tracks. He took the first step across the valley poles, plunging into the snow as though each plant of the tip was an anchor to survival. Sunlight glinted off frozen needles on the pines, turning them into slender prisms. Though the day remained clouded, the brightness grew steadily, a promise of full dawn. With each footfall, the numbness in his feet receded, replaced by warmth, sparked by renewed blood flow and nourishment. He lifted his gaze to the canopy of pines, each branch flickering with frost. He raised his poles in silent salute to the wilderness he had both battled and revered. With his last breadcrumb consumed, he set his face toward the hidden path, no longer driven by raw survival instinct alone, but by the certainty of rescue. Each step was still an act of will, but with each bite of the bar, his bones felt less like brittle shards and more like hinges swinging open to life. He moved toward the embankment's foot with a purposeful stride, letting the radio's faint instructions fill his mind, and as the valley's outline shifted around him, he knew that the mountain had not broken him, it had refined him. He would emerge from this trial carrying both its scars and its lessons alive and unyielding. The new dawn cast a pale veil over the forest, filtering soft gray light through frosted branches. Eric pressed onward toward the embankment's foot, his boots sinking into soft snow warmed by the few sips of water and bites of protein that filled his gut, just enough to defy collapse. He felt the tension in his calves ease slightly, as if the forest itself exhaled in relief, that he remained upright. The valley before him stretched out in gentle ripples, low ridges, and shallow hollows carved by runoff before freezing into crisp contours. Each contour shimmered with frost, catching the light like a mosaic of ice. He took careful steps, relying on his poles to gauge the ground's stability. The forest floor under the pines was brushed by drifting snow, but he recognized that hidden beneath lay the game trail he had followed. He oriented himself toward the ridge of pale pines, ahead, their trunks swelling wider at the base, revealing a concealed trail that wound upward, an ancient logging road long overtaken by winter. Beyond that road lay the main forest road, where a ranger might patrol or a search party could roam. Eric inhaled, feeling the crisp air fold into his lungs as he pushed off. He staggered with each step. Despite nourishment, the ascent demanded focus. His ankle protested sharply, citing the lingering ache from frostbite, fused with strain from pounding the slope. So he angled his weight onto his poles, letting them absorb the shock. The forest around him was still. Only the whisper of wind through branches and the faint creak of snow settling broke the silence. In that hush, he detected a sound that pricked his senses, a distant rhythmic thump, like the pulse of a distant engine. He paused, transfixed. The thump pulsed again, measured and persistent, carrying echoes across the forest floor. He tilted his head, trying to locate its source. It came from beyond the ridge, possibly where the valley opened to a wider road. His heart thundered, not with fear, but hope. Rescue. He swallowed, tasting a flicker of salt on his lips as he advanced toward the sound. Each step stirred a murmured echo in his mind. Follow the sound, rely on its impetus. He climbed the shallow rise poles, jabbing at frozen roots, careful not to slip. At the crest, the forest thinned, and he glimpsed a patch of muted gray beyond the trees, a snowplow chugging along the forest road. Its headlights cut through a curtain of pale light, and its blades sent arcs of flash-frozen gusts into the air. A plume of exhaust drifted above its cab, black against the pallid sky. He staggered to a halt beneath a pine heart pounding, as if he had sprinted the entire distance. A single resolute thought filled him: make yourself seen. He ripped open his pack's pocket and fumbled for the small mirror. The frost on the surface thinned as his breath warmed it, and he angled it toward the plow's headlights. His first signal, a fleeting reflection, glinted like a star against the rising gloom. He stabbed his poles into the snow and waved both arms overhead, stepping onto a low mound to increase his visibility. His parka's bright red interior flashed when he yanked it open, transforming him into a beacon amid the white. The snowplow's engine reverberated through the valley, and as he waved its headlights, converged on the slope where he stood. The machine adjusted course, its rear lights winking in response, as if acknowledging his signal. Eric's chest tightened. The promise of rescue was real. His exhausted legs found new strength as adrenaline surged. He sprinted down the slope, pole step, until he stood at the edge of the forest road. Snow hissed beneath the truck's blade, and the plow edged closer its yellow rotor blades, sending a crystalline spray into the sky. Eric dropped to one knee, chest heaving. He reached for the radio secured in his pack, praying the batteries still held enough charge to broadcast a beacon. He thumbed the switch and the crackle of static erupted. He held the radio toward the road, calling out, "This is Eric Madden, rescued. I need assistance. I'm here at the forest road near mile marker 12. Over." His voice was raspy with cold, but it carried over the engine's growl. The plow slowed, grinding to a stop several feet away. Its brake lights glowed a dull red in the murk. A battered oval sticker on its door read, "Wilderness Rescue Unit." Eric exhaled relief rushing through him like warm water. He rose unsteadily, leaning on his poles as the plow's door opened with a creak. A man in an orange parka and insulated snow trousers climbed down his boots, sinking into the drifts. He wore a fleece cap and a headlamp tilted upward. His cheeks glowed pink despite the cold. He waved to Eric, voice cautious. "You're far out. We got your signal. Are you okay?" How far from that cabin? Eric closed the distance, feeling unsteady but compelled forward. His boots registered every grain of snow, but registered each step as progress toward safety. "I'm alive," he rasped. "Found shelter last night. Hungry and frozen, but I made it here. There my cabin." He pointed back up the slope, where the battered lean-to had once been evidence of his struggle. Now it was buried beneath fresh drifts, only a twisted beam hinting at its existence. The rescuer nodded, his concern etched in the frozen lines around his eyes. "I'm Connor Hayes," he said, extending a mittened hand. "We searched a grid down the valley, but lost your tracks last night. A snowstorm rolled in. Lucky the wind shifted your mirror, spark caught my co-driver's eye. Let's get you out of this cold." Connor handed Eric a large insulated flask, hissing warm vapor into the air as he unscrewed the lid. Eric tipped it between his lips, savoring the scalding liquid tea rimmed with honey still sweet and hot. The warmth tumbled down his throat, dissolving the remaining knots of cold that gripped him. He closed his eyes briefly, letting the heat anchor him. When he opened them, he noticed two more rescuers emerging from behind the plow, each burdened with gear blankets, medical kits, and a portable stretcher. Connor knelt beside him, pressing a gloved hand to his shoulder. "Let's check your vitals and warm you further. Can you stand?" Eric flexed his limbs, testing his muscle control. His legs quivered with each attempt to stand, but the warmth of the tea helped. "I can," he said, voice firm. "But my ankle, I need a moment." Connor nodded and knelt, producing a thermally insulated blanket. He wrapped it around Eric's shoulders, cocooning him in a shield of heat-reflective foil. The other rescuer flicked on a digital thermometer, checking Eric's forehead and wrist. His cheeks flooded with warmth as the medical team administered gloves impregnated with warming gel. An icy sting faded to dull heat. The third rescuer hustled forward, calling out, "We've got warm toe straps ready. Can we move him onto the stretcher for safety?" Eric shook his head, determined. "I can walk, just need to move slowly." He tested his weight on his left foot, wincing at a sharp zing in his ankle. "I'd rather walk in than ride out." Connor exchanged a glance with his partner, then nodded. "All right, we'll support you. Take it slow." Eric braced himself against his poles and rose fully, the insulated blanket sliding down his shoulders. He exhaled through his nose, savoring the moist warmth in his lungs. One foot in front of the other, he stepped onto the road's compacted surface. The snow held firm underfoot, its crust bearing his weight. He moved forward, lean in his 7-foot winter owl coat, toward the plow's cab. Connor matched his pace, sliding an arm under Eric's opposite shoulder to bolster him. The other rescuer guided his stride from the front, steadying his footfalls. The forest road stretched ahead, a ribbon of compressed snow that wound through trees bowed under ice. As they moved, the thump of the plow's engine faded behind them, replaced by crisp silence, broken only by their boots and labored breathing. The second rescuer retrieved a small candle stub from the gear bag he carried, lighting it to cast a yellow glow inside the cab. Its flicker danced across windshield frost, banishing shadows with a fragile warmth. Eric slid onto the bench seat, beside the hesitation of unfamiliarity, each breath causing steam to swirl in the frigid air. The seat's warmth radiated heat through his parka, and he felt his core thaw further as the rescuers shut the door behind him. The cabin hissed as it sealed, expelling cold gales. The flicker of their candle illuminated Connor's face. "We'll keep you warm and head to the ranger station. You did well making it this far." Eric nodded, his eyes brimming with unshed relief. He clenched his fists inside his gloves, feeling the strength reborn from nourishment and companionship. Beyond the windshield, the forest road stretched like an artery leading toward him, a conduit to safety, to warmth, to his daughter's arms. Connor slid the engine into gear, causing the truck to lurch forward. The final spark of light from the candle danced before dimming in the glass behind them. As the plow reversed and turned, Eric watched the once faint lean-to in his rear view transform into a distant silhouette, swallowed by the rising sun's light. The wind's bite remained at the windows, but inside the cab the world grew warmer by the breath, by the engine's hum, and by the simple fact that he had endured. A grid of search teams, coordinates, and radio signals might have guided them to this spot, but Eric knew that his daughter's faith had carried him far deeper through darkness than any map could illustrate. As the forest gave way to the ranger station's clearer slopes, he closed his eyes to the light, letting its glow shine into his heart. Freedom from the mountain's hold was imminent, and his spirit felt as unshakable as the frozen pines that had borne witness to his journey. Outside, the wind still roared through the trees. Inside, the warmth curled around him like a mother's embrace. As the plow carried him into rescue's waiting arms, Eric realized the mountain's trial had been a crucible that tested, yet did not shatter the core of his being. He leaned back, letting the warmth seed itself through his bones, and whispered, "I'm coming home." Eric leaned back into the seat of the rescue plow, feeling the warmth of the cab seep through his parka. Outside, the world still lay draped in ice and snow, but within those sturdy metal walls, he felt a glimmer of safety. The ranger station appeared ahead, a squat log-clad building with frost-crusted windows, its dark silhouette softened by rising sunlight. As the plow slowed, Eric braced himself, willing each muscle to cooperate one more time. His left ankle throbbed with every jolt over frozen ruts, and his arms ached from gripping the bench edge. Yet he drew strength from the promise of shelter just ahead. Connor disembarked to assist him. "Almost there, Eric," he said gently, placing a firm hand on Eric's shoulder. "Stay with me." Eric nodded, swallowing past the dryness in his throat. He swung his legs over the side of the plow, tested his weight on both feet, and then rose. The morning sun had strengthened, casting long silver shadows across the snow. He stepped down onto packed snow, each footfall resonating with snow's hollow echo. The ranger station's door stood ajar, and a plume of thin smoke curled from its chimney proof that someone somewhere tended to this refuge. Inside the station felt like a haven. A wood stove radiated heat that pushed back the cold, and a lanky ranger in a flannel shirt bent over a stovetop pot. When he looked up, relief flickered in his tired eyes. "You must be Eric," he said softly. "Glad you made it." His boots thumped as he approached, hands extended with a mug of hot broth. Eric accepted it with trembling fingers, feeling the warm liquid slide like fire down his throat. He closed his eyes, savoring the heat and the way it burned through his chest, driving out the remains of cold that clung to his organs. As the ranger guided him to a cot in the adjacent sleeping quarters, Eric felt himself drift between exhaustion and cautious observation. The cot's mattress sagged beneath him, but its thick wool blanket offered comfort he hadn't known all night. He sat down heavily and let the blanket swallow him. The ranger knelt to unlace his boots, mindful of the swollen, frost-bitten ankle beneath. "You're brave to keep going in that state," he muttered carefully, removing the binding from Eric's boots. "Let me get some first aid supplies." Eric exhaled, welcoming the stillness of the room. Each breath felt warm, seasoned with wood smoke and safety. He closed his eyes momentarily, picturing his daughter's face, her freckles glowing in sunlight, curls bouncing as she laughed. That memory, as always, kindled warmth deeper than any stove could provide. It reminded him why he had endured the night to return to that bright light, to that laughter. The ranger returned with a small kit, opening it to reveal gauze, iodine, and fresh bandages. He knelt beside Eric, inspecting the pale, swollen foot. "Your ankle might be fractured," he said quietly, "but frostbite is the bigger concern right now." He wrapped a gentle bandage around Eric's injured foot, then slid a thermally insulated sock over it. Each touch was a reminder that his pain would not define him forever. A skilled hand was there to heal him. When the ranger finished, Eric nodded. "Thank you," he whispered, voice raspy. He tested his foot on the floor, tolerable, but far from comfortable, yet it was mobile enough to reassure him. He extended a hand to steady himself, feeling the mattress's fluff beneath his fingertips. "I never thought I'd see warmth again," he said, voice thick with emotion. A soft knock sounded at the door, and Connor stepped in, carrying a thick wool hat and a plate piled with scrambled eggs and toast. "Eat up," he said, placing the meal on a small wooden table. "You'll need strength for what's next." Eric glanced at the plate eggs, glistened in a small pool of melted butter toast, steamed with warmth. He swallowed hard. Hunger roiled in his stomach despite the broth. He reached for a slice of toast and bit into it, at first warily, then with growing appreciation as the butter melted on his tongue. As he ate, sunlight shifted through the window painting the rough-hewn logs gold. Every corner of the station felt alive. Maps pinned to walls, a radio with a blinking light, a kettle singing on the stove. Beyond these walls lay the slope that had tested him, but within no mountain's roar could reach him. He felt gratitude swirl through him, mingling with a reverence for the night's ordeal. Each step inside this cot seemed miraculous. Connor sat in a chair beside him, quietly prodding, "Tell me how you got here." And Eric began to recount the storm's onset, how the winds rose in fury, how he had fought each drift, how he had sought shelter in the crevice, then the battered hunter's cabin. He described the hunger, the broken compass, the makeshift braces, each detail laid bare. His voice remained steady, though at times it cracked with emotion. Connor listened, leaning forward, nodding, offering water, as Eric's memories crashed between relief and lingering fear. When Eric finished, a hush settled. The ranger from the stove had joined, listening in silence. Then Connor exhaled and placed a hand on Eric's shoulder. "You did more than survive," he said softly. "You kept faith when it might have been easy to surrender. You refused to let the mountain take you." Eric closed his eyes, letting those words seep in like balm. "I was never alone," he whispered. "My daughter's voice. It guided me when I couldn't see my own hand." He reached into his jacket pocket and withdrew the small mirror he had used to signal the plow. He turned it over in his fingers, its surface scratched, but still reflective. "This saved me," he said. "But faith saved me first." Daylight strengthened, warming the station's interior. Eric finished the eggs and toast, each bite restoring his strength. He felt the cold retreat from his limbs, replaced by a glow that began at his belly and spread outward. He rose from the cot and tested his weight on both feet, again surprised that the ache felt more tolerable now. He flexed his left foot, wincing once, but confident he could bear weight. The ranger handed him a sturdy wooden cane. "Use this for now," the ranger instructed. "We'll get you to a medic soon." Eric accepted the cane and rose. He felt unsteady on his own, but the cane anchored him. He hobbled toward the window, peering out at the slopes beyond. The burned remains of his cabin lay hidden beneath fresh drifts, part of the mountain's memory, fading beneath nature's relentless renewal. He closed his eyes for a moment, feeling sunlight warm his face through the frosted pane. The world may have been indifferent, but he had emerged from it carrying scars like badges of honor. As he stepped away from the window, Connor followed, slipping the mirror into a pocket. "You should stay here and rest," he said. "We'll transport you to medical care once the roads clear more." Eric nodded, placing a hand on the table. The chair's grain pressed against his palm like a reminder of the tangible world, safe, solid, alive. He drew a deep breath and let it out slowly, feeling the rhythm of life through his chest. Each beat reminded him he had endured darkness and emerged on the other side. He looked at the ranger and Connor, seeing respect and relief glowing in their eyes. They knew he had faced the mountain's greatest cruelties and had turned them back. In the hush of that station, with sunlight weaving through the logs, Eric felt whole again. He exhaled softly, pressing his hand to his heart. "Thank you," he said, voice hushed but certain. "For everything." He sank onto the cot once more, this time fully confident that his struggle had not been in vain. Outside, the wind still whispered through pine needles, but dawn's warmth dissolved the snow's chill. Inside the ranger station, Eric Madden, battered but unbroken, let hope anchor him as he prepared to step into a new chapter. One defined not by the darkness he had fought, but by the light he now carried within him. In the softened glow of morning, Eric felt warmth bloom from his core outward, unspooling through every extremity that had once threatened to go numb. The world beyond the station's logs held its own beauty, a silent forest adorned in frost that glimmered like crystals in the sun's pale light. Inside each breath whispered of recovery and reassurance of friendship and compassion offered by those who had braved the cold to find him. The hum of the wood stove, the murmur of conversation between rescue team members, and the distant howl of wind through distant pines blended into a calm chorus that soothed his frayed spirit. He closed his eyes and listened to that harmony, letting it cradle him like a lullaby. Memories of his daughter's laughter floated through his mind, each note weaving a promise that he would soon return to her bright, fearless face. He felt tears freeze briefly on his eyelashes before dissipating in warmth, each droplet a testament to love's resilience. Though his body remained bruised and fragile, his spirit had been reforged by adversity. The mountain's trial had shown him the strength he harbored within a determination that flickered like a candle against the night and now glowed steady under the morning sun. As he rested on the cot's soft mattress, he allowed himself to sink into peaceful reflection, aware that the journey had changed him. He would carry the lessons of resilience, hope, and love wherever life's next path led. Outside, the forest gleamed under dawn's gentle light. Inside, Eric closed his eyes, a faint smile lifting his lips. In that quiet moment, he felt truly home, embraced by warmth, guided by memory, and ready to share his story with the world.